Welcome to the Independent Characters, episode 199. This is Carl.
This is Jody.
And it's just the two of us this time around, but it's going to be a good show. For now. So this is our end-of-year show. And typically what we've done at the end of each year is we've kind of done a year in review. We either do it at the beginning of the new year or the end of the current year. This time we wanted to get a jump on it because the first episode of the new year is going to be episode 200. Whoop, whoop. If I knew what I was doing for episode 200, that might be worth celebrating at the moment. I kind of want to do something special there, but I haven't decided what that is, and I don't want to do this.
Haven't found your special purpose?
It may just be a regular episode at this point. I do have, I don't know if you saw, but for the schedule of episodes, I have them all planned out all the way to June or July at this point.
Yeah.
So I'm all set there, but except for 200, I'm not sure what I want to do there. But this is episode 199, not 200.
That's true.
So we're going to do our 2019 year in retrospect, I guess.
Yeah.
And normally what I've done with this kind of episode is throughout the year, I've created this ongoing list of all the products that get released, and we're adding them into the show notes. And last year it was insanely long. 2019 would be, I think, even a little bit longer.
Yeah, the drinking from the fire hose release schedule has been insane.
Yeah,
that would be arduous. We'd be going towards Black Library
for sure
situations.
For sure. So and here's the other thing, and I've said this before. There's a lot of shows out there that are now doing that, and I'm never one to kind of follow what other people are doing. Honestly, I think they're following what we were doing. But I don't want to continue down a path if you can get that kind of experience somewhere else. So we're doing something a little different this time.
Well, GW themselves has been through the community page been doing they did a 3-part post of what were the highlights of what came out month by month. So if you are curious, hey, what did come out this year? I use that as a resource to kind of look back as I got ready to yammer away here.
Yeah, and the year before that, they did a video kind of going over each thing.
Yeah, it's interesting. But we're going to go a different route.
But once they do that, I feel like it jumped the shark. So here we are, and this is where we find ourselves. So this episode is, as usual, has a show sponsor who is drawn from our Patreon members. So our patron show sponsor this go-around is Alex McDonough. And Alex is a part of the Patreon, which has just been tremendously valuable for us. I hope it's providing value for the people who are a part of it. I believe it is, because they continues to grow a little bit. And you get an extra episode at certain levels. You get an extra episode every month. You get access to our campaign, which is still going on. It's halfway through now, so it's looking good.
Helping them out.
It's not doing great for on my chaos side at the moment.
Well, you've done your part though lately.
I have done my part lately, so we'll talk about that, which is great. So let's leap into Elite Choice. Elite Choice is as we've looked over the last couple weeks at what's going on in the Independent Characters Facebook group, we'll pull out things that we think stand out for us, and we talk about them. So, Jody, why don't you go first?
Yeah. Actually, I'm kind of cheating a little bit because it's not one post. It's a series of posts that Thom Taylor Big has been putting up with the label of Getting to Know You. And he asks a variety of questions, or he asks a question every week or so, every few days, about just some aspect of the hobby. The two that stood out to me was he did ask for what were your individual hobby highlights this year. As you look back on the year that was in your 40K hobbying, what were your highlights? And for me, that was really fun, because if I hadn't taken that moment, I wouldn't have realized what a huge year this was for me with the hobby. Mm-hmm. A lot of really unique and exciting and fun things happened. And then another one he did was, what do you consider your greatest strength within the community? Not necessarily as a player or whatever, but just what do you offer, because it could be anything. And it was really fun to read through those and kind of reflect not only on your own hobby journey, but then see what other people are doing. And some of these names of folks that you might see on the community page that are regular posters, and seeing kind of how they feel about things. And some of the folks a little bit better, it'll be fun to see their side. So, Thom, that was a really outstanding community building exercise, and I look forward to seeing the next one. And if you're scrolling through and you see one of those, don't be shy. Drop in and comment and respond and stuff. They're a lot of fun.
For sure. I always find it interesting to be self-reflective there. And people, of course, love talking about themselves. I do. I think everybody does. So, but it's kind of cool to say
the
this
two
is
guys sitting behind
this
microphones.
is what you know. Why do you think I started? I had to get it out.
Just let it out, man.
For me, it was Robert Zimmerman, and he was sharing one of his favorite models that he says has created one of the most of the narrative moments in his games. And this is his Black Legion Land Raider, which is just beautifully painted. I think
it's so
with
nice.
A bunch of freehand chaos stars on stuff on it. And he calls it the Crown of Thorns. And he says it's a Black Legion Land Raider, a rolling monument of hatred and rage. So
sounds right.
First off, crewless and filled with the demonic light of the gun platform stalks the battlefield, murdering and the loyal and churning mud and flesh. First off, his choice of exposition here is fantastic.
I have no problem with any of those things.
I love the theme of this. One of the things this totally struck a chord with me, because if you look in Imperial Armor 13, which is the Chaos vehicles and weapons guide and that kind of thing, they have examples of vehicles that have names, and like I need to give more of my thing. Like I have a Thousand Suns Land Raider. That's my Land Raider,
right?
For my Thousand Suns. I need to dip into this a little bit and get a little more.
I've been feeling that same way of wanting, my, I have a few models here and there. My Sisters of Battle Canoness is a person, like there's a story.
Right.
But yeah, I've been wanting lately more of that experience myself.
I think it adds a lot. I'm not talking about naming like every single model, but like if you have something that, for me, it'd be like a Demon Prince or, like give it, have some pride.
Certainly if it's something either you converted or is a centerpiece of your army, or, those kind of things that are your unique fingerprint to your army. That,
for sure.
I think it adds a ton. And I think this is a great example of that. Not only is it beautifully rendered in paint and design, but it's a cool story.
Yeah. So there you go, Robert Zimmerman. You've actually inspired me to start being a little more creative.
There we go.
So there we go. Okay. I think that's kind of it.
Yeah.
Am I missing something?
Well, no, we jump into.
That was a fast elite choice this time around. Only almost 8 minutes into the show.
well, I think we're going to make up for it later.
Okay. Yeah. So let's do this. We're going to take a short break. We're going to come back with our hobby progress section. And then I guess I never described what we were actually going to do.
That's why it was so quick.
So what we're actually going to do, instead of going down a list of every release, I have a series of questions that I've kind of proposed to everybody in our gaming group. And I've been going through and interviewing a few people here and there from our gaming group, sometimes in twos, sometimes singly, and seeing kind of what were their highlights, not necessarily specific gaming highlights, but we can toss that in there. There's like a freeform section at the end, but kind of what did they think GW did well? What did they think they didn't do well? And where were the highlights in their mind on Games Workshop's releases this year? So we'll go through that. The show, if I'm still collecting some interviews, if I determine the show is a little too long, I'm going to take some of those interviews out and put them in our Patreon episode, but we'll know probably within the next few days. So we're recording this actually about a week early from what we normally do. So usually I'm kind of recording and then releasing immediately. I'll be holding on to this as I collect some of these interviews and discussions, and then we'll see where it lands. So
there it is.
And then that'll be the final episode of 2019, and we'll start off 200 in 2020 with quite a bang. We've actually got an idea for kind of a twist on some stuff that we've been doing, and
I'm excited about that.
I'm kind of looking at the format and saying, maybe it's time for a refresh or something along those lines. So again, you got some time here. If you have any ideas or thoughts on things that you might think you want to see refreshed, let us know, because we've got our own ideas, and hopefully those land. Otherwise, we'll go right back to the way it was. Anyway, we're going to take a short break, and we'll be right back after this quick message.
Maybe you think you know everything about Table War at this point, but do you know about the good work being done by the folks at Table War Charities? If there is one thing we've learned about the wargaming community, it is how supportive and generous it is. If you're looking to help with a good cause, we might just have the answer for you. Table War Charities is a charitable organization with the focused purpose of funding or providing autism advocacy in schools for students and their parents. Early intervention and the tailoring of educational services is critical to helping children with autism reach their full potential. For more information or to donate to this important cause, please visit tablewarcharities.org. And right now, if you donate $10 or more to Table War Charities, we will send you a $10 Table War gift certificate. So if you're looking to purchase anything from Table War, you can also help some great kids out in the process.
All right, and we're back, and we are launching into our hobby progress. Jody, why don't you go first?
Oh, well, thank you. We've both been pretty busy, man. We done good. It must be like I'm off again and my semester wrapped up and I had some time. Let me see. What have I been doing? I've been working on Iron Warriors, that Iron Warrior project I mentioned last time. I finished out the first 10-man squad, got the bases dialed in to where I'm happy with them. A little bit of additional rubble on the Sector Mechanicus basic plastic GW bases. Was real happy with that look. That's something Brian had been doing in the past that I really liked how it looked, and it works great. Have since finished up the 2 Greater Possessed from the Shadow Spear box.
Oh, yes, you did.
Yeah.
What'd you think of those 2 Greater Possessed?
Man, I sure like one of them a lot. If you weren't on the community page, this was certainly right at the end here, one of my year-end highlights. So as I've been working on this Iron Warrior project, one of the things that came into being was it was Darren Latham's tutorial video on YouTube that inspired me to paint an Iron Warrior at all.
So for those who don't know who Darren Latham is, he's one of the sculptors and painters at Games Workshop.
Yeah, and he has been...
And he's a member of the Facebook group.
Yeah, and he has been a essential member of the heavy metal team for a long time, and then moved into miniature design and sculpting, and has, as far as visual content and models that we've seen as a community for the last, I don't know how many years, he's been an important part of it.
Yeah.
So, and somebody I know as a name.
If only he wasn't such a jerk.
Yeah, I think I was the jerk. So I'm blaming Eric Beers. This is Eric's fault. Okay. This is all on Eric's head.
For the record, Darren is not a jerk.
No.
Super nice guy.
So I was inspired by Darren Latham's painting video, and then Eric posted about being really frustrated with learning to paint faces and working on faces.
Yeah.
And I happened to finish up the second of the 2 Greater Possessed models from the Shadow Spear box. Now that is the new form of my I'm just doing a kill team, is now that I'm only doing the Shadow Spear box of Iron Warriors, and then I'll be done.
Okay.
That's what I'm telling myself.
They look amazing.
Thanks,
like, in person. This is the first time I've seen them in person, was today. And I'm jealous that they're coming along so well, and I've struggled so hard with this Black Legion. You guys are just crushing it.
I'm telling you, it's all praise to that tutorial video. So
by who?
By Darren Latham.
Oh, okay, just check.
So I posted that day when Eric was struggling with painting faces and getting some nuances and things he was working with. I had finished up the second of the 2 Greater Possessed models from the Shadow Spear box. One of them has a large crab claw out front, and his jaw is kind of this like just split open at the bottom thing. And I was posting how I really didn't like the model, and it was a real chore to paint it, and I'd really just ground through it, but in the end was happy with the result because I really was about the process, not the final result. And the next morning I posted it right before I went to bed. Next day I went to work and was logging in on my computer at work, did a quick Facebook check because I had some downtime before my students came in. And lo and behold, Darren Latham's responded that he's the one who sculpted that model. And I was super embarrassed and had a good laugh and couldn't really say too much more than, of course you did. Of course, that's the person who sculpted this particular
I think
one.
the words you used was, this didn't speak to me.
Yeah.
Right. And I think that's fair. Like, your criticism of the model was a personal
100%
choice of it, right? It's not, and there's a difference. There's an extreme difference between,
this is the worst thing ever.
Yeah. Oh, this looks ugly, to, this is, I can see why maybe other people like it. This one doesn't work for me. That, of course, it's art, so it's subjective, and some people are going to like things, some people aren't, and that's fine. I thought your criticism was fine. I think Darren was just giving you a hard time.
I hope so too. And if he wasn't, then I'm real sorry. But I'm
sure he sculpted lots of things that you do like, right?
Sure. I hope
I imagine the other Possessed.
I hope so, because I adore that model.
Well, I mean, that's the interesting thing. Like, it's not the concept or anything. Like, you actually love the concept.
So much better than the regular plastic Possessed, which he's now going to comment and say sculpted all those too or something. No. Yeah, no, it was just, in reflecting on that,
Well, to be fair, technology is advanced. Blah, blah, blah. Their sculptors have advanced. They've learned a lot of things
For sure.
since the original possessed.
And it's absolutely an aesthetic thing. And it was also a reflection on my own ability. Like, it made me look back and go, why was I struggling with that model? What was frustrating?
Yeah.
And there were some visual balancing issues that I was having as a painter translating whatever it was he sculpted. But yeah, what a weird and wonderful little twisted turn
I struggled very much with the Galvor Bach for my word bearers. I think they're amazing models, but where the flesh and the armor blends together, I had such a difficult time with it. And then when I finally brought them to Warhammer World, I remember John French was like, "Well, let me see." I'm like, "I'm really not happy with these results," and he's like, "Huh." Yeah, okay. I was like, yeah, I know. And in fact, I was just looking at that army recently because I've been contemplating selling it.
Oh,
I don't think I'm going to, but I've been thinking about it. But I was looking at them, and I'm like, oh, I could have painted these so much better now. I mean, that's the forever problem with this hobby. Like, as you progress, you can get to the end of an army and be like, oh yeah. I need to go back and clean up, all these guys because I've learned so much.
Why I've been so hesitant to go back to rebasing my orcs is like knowing I'm going to be looking at paint jobs that I'm like, man, there's a lot of things I would do very differently now.
Sure.
So this project is case in point. I keep telling myself it's going to stay small partly because of that. Of like, no, it's about practicing a few specific things. Ends up being weathering and hazard stripes.
Yeah,
it's not painting the hazard stripes, it's weathering them that makes them look good. And that's been an interesting learning. So I actually finished up the Obliterator, the first of the 2 Obliterators that come in that Shadow Spear box last night. I really hate painting plasma weapons. It frustrates me because they're never quite what I want. I overthink it way too much. Yeah. But Mark Rayner, I believe was his name, his elite choice from last time, you called that out. It was outstanding.
Yeah.
And then I went and I picked up some things. I usually don't talk about purchases, but this was interesting just because of, to me, what they were. I picked up 4 supplement books all at once, so I've had lots to read once I finished reading student essays. The Necromunda Book of Ruin, which is
amazing.
Yep. It's not only in presentation and quality of product, but what it adds, I feel like, to Necromunda is really an important part of Necromunda.
I feel like they've taken everything that team that is producing that stuff is all the Forge World folks, because now I think they're almost more the specialist games folks now, right? I mean, that's kind of the corner they've turned. And I feel like they've taken everything they've learned from doing those Imperial Armor books and really produced like that level of quality in this type of game.
Yeah, and it has that feel to it. I mean, I was surprised when I opened it.
I'm sure it's the same people laying it out. Like, I'm sure Paul Rudge and his team are the ones doing that.
Even that divider ribbon, like that little detail, I'm
so
like,
handy.
It's so nice.
I almost wish there were like 2 or 3 of them.
In contrast, not in terms of quality of product and enjoyment, I think I'm going to get out of it, but just like holding one and the other. I also bought at the same time the Warcry Monsters and Mercenaries supplement book, which is very thin. It's all paperback. There's a lot of very high gloss, colorful pictures of Warcry miniatures. It's a lot of neat, fun game content. I'm very excited to play with it.
But there is
the presentation value of like we were talking about your not to jump ahead, but the Sabbat Crusade map is just this beautiful object.
Yeah.
And it was very telling to pick up the Book of Ruin and then this Warcry Monsters and Mercenaries book. And then I also, of course, picked up my chapter approved for 2019 and Kill Team Annual.
So glad they're doing these annuals.
Yep.
Like, Aaron bought the annual for the Blackstone Fortress, and he just put it right in his box, and he's just like, I'll get to this when I play, but it's just nice that they're, and the nice thing about the Kill Team Annual too is it was funny because the last episode I was talking about the White Dwarf, the last Patreon episode I was talking about the White Dwarf, and there's a mission in there that has the Ambul and how it can, if you and I are playing a game, also the Ambul shows up and it's like fighting both of us or whatever, and I thought, oh, this is really cool. Lo and behold, that mission is already in the annual, which is just really nice that they were ahead of the curve there.
And having all the points in one place for the Kill Team Annual is really nice, because it's funny, while I am well documented as being Mr. Too many books thing is not a problem, Kill Teams, okay, maybe it is a problem. Like, for whatever reason with Kill Team, like this is starting to feel...
I think because your expectation is it's light.
Right. And it's every model is a little bit different once you start playing with elites. And now with the annual, because I'm a chaos, I wanted to play my Heretic Astartes, and I'm a Sister of Battle player. That's what I've been really excited to play. And demons, well, they're all in the annual. but then some of their rules are in the core book,
Yeah,
and then
yeah.
some of the rules are in the elite book. Like I literally have to have all 3 books at hand. So I will be typing up, per my old recommendation, typing up a cheat sheet,
Yeah,
like for
I
my
think
kill
that's-
team
I think
stuff.
that's a good idea.
I'm gonna need that in front of me.
Well, then it's also like you have it. It's light, and you just travel with your army, and you're good to go.
Yeah,
You're
yeah,
gonna kill
and I
team
need to
over
get back to that. I think it is a perception issue. Exactly. I think that's a great point.
Yeah.
Of feeling like, oh, kill team's this little fun
I
skirmish
think
game.
that book though is a huge win.
Mm-hmm.
The one thing that we discovered today clearly while we were playing though was there's no weapon profiles in it, which is unfortunate because I think that would have really pushed that over. It, of course, would have also increased the size of the book significantly,
Right.
But having to switch back and forth between multiple books is problematic, especially when you can't remember your rules because you haven't played Kill Team in a little while.
Well, we were both there, but that was me. Is been working on those Ironwares and then picked up all those expansion books. But man, every single one of them, thrilled with all 4 of them. I think they're great.
Very cool.
And you've been working, sir.
Yeah, so I'm still working on the gold edging on the Black Legion stuff. I'm down to about 12 or 13 models to go. This is just the infantry. I actually had expected to have more done by now, but I got a little distracted with The Expanse and The Witcher that all came out, and so I've been kind of catching up on those, as well as Marvelous Miss Maisel, which is a great show. But anyway,
That's what I hear.
but anyway, so I'm nearly done with that, and each model takes 5 to 10 minutes.
Because you did your base coat for all the gold.
Yep.
So is this wash and highlight?
Wash is already done. It's
Okay.
just going through and doing the highlights.
Okay.
Which, as I went back to them, I did a couple and I realized I put too much highlight on these guys. I got to back off that a little bit. So a couple of them, you can't tell. I mean, you can't tell in the larger scheme of things.
Right.
But I am kind of working up the practice to when I start doing Adan. So, there we go. Because he'll follow the same process. And
There it is.
He's going to look fantastic. I am very, very pleased with the way the gold is working. With
Yeah,
the,
looks sharp.
Necro Gold, which they've actually changed the name of, probably for politically correct reasons, even though Negro means black in Spanish, and this is a Spanish, I assume Spanish company. So it's now called Necro Gold, and that's the base coat, which goes right over black beautifully. Then Druji Violet, which is the GW wash, and then highlighting with the Scale 75 Elf Gold. Both those golds are Scale 75. And it really pops. Like it really does.
It does.
Good.
If you want to take it one tiny step further on character
Silver?
models, thrash metal.
What's thrash metal?
It is like
Other than
platinum.
something that Justin listens
think
to.
platinum.
Oh, okay.
That was good. I'm sorry I talked over that. Yeah, it's instead of just straight mithril, it's got just a tiny touch of yellow to it.
Okay.
Think bleached bone to
Is
pure
this
white.
is this a
Scale 75.
Scale 75.
Yeah,
All right.
it's another one that I think is great.
I might check that out then, especially on Abaddon.
Yeah, you
Where
want to take just
you're just
especially
for
'cause
the
he's
super
bigger,
highlight areas,
or
right?
bigger models where you do want to go like on a night where you want to go just
Okay.
a little bit further on those really sharp edges.
Okay.
Yeah, I might have an extra bottle if I do.
If you do,
I'll
let
bring
me
you
know.
one.
Okay. No, that's a great suggestion. Thank you so much. So that's what I've been primarily working on. I really do expect by the time this drops to actually have all the infantry done at that point, and then it's on to the tabards and all that stuff. And
Nice.
yeah. Also, in the terms of purchases area, I did get the Slave to Darkness starter set cards and endless spells in the book, which I have a Slaves of Darkness army already that Colin had. That was actually the first commission I ever did with Colin. And what's interesting is you can also see Colin's progression in terms of how he paints and then where he's gone with things. So like his stuff now is probably 10 times better than what he was doing back then. Like he as an artist has progressed significantly.
Sure.
So we all have room to grow is my point there.
Always.
And that's all Age of Sigmar stuff, but mostly I just got it because there's that mounted dude that looks freaking awesome. And then I can mix in a few of these guys.
Yeah.
It's funny because people are, I guess you just like gold trim. I'm like, there's actually not a lot of gold trim on these guys. The Knights and the
Varangard.
The Varangard have a lot of gold.
They're blinged out.
But even there, I'll show you them, the ones Colin did, and you'll look at him and go, oh yeah, Colin's gotten.
yeah, it'll be fun. I haven't
further
looked at
than
that army in a
Yeah,
while.
he goes further than that now. And then I bought, as you mentioned, the Sabbat Worlds Crusades book. I was able to get a copy of that and get a copy of that leather-bound map, which is just pretty awesome.
It's a cool thing.
I was kind of glad it had sold out, and then I was like, oh, I can get it over here now? Damn, now I'm going to have to buy it.
Keep pulling me back.
Yeah, so, and then I got the third book of the Siege of Terra series, which I haven't begun yet. I haven't finished the second one, honestly. I've just been too slammed with.
I'm
other
about
stuff.
to head into the right season to be able to.
There you go. So, so other than that, I'm still feel like I'm really. Oh, and then I did assemble for Necromunda the Corpse Grinder gang, cult gang guys. Ed from Life After the Cover Save is painting up my Goliaths right now, and I'm picking him up when I go down there, and so I feel like I'm torn between which I want to play at this point. I'll have to see like how I equipped all these guys that I had Ed paint now, and see if that works for me.
We are going to be awfully, if this campaign comes together, we're going to be awful cult heavy.
Yeah,
There's
so
a lot
maybe
of cultists.
I
So
go
a
with the Goliath guys.
I've even been tempted to go pick up like a proper regular gang.
Yeah.
Just
I think we
because.
got those too, though. We got somebody doing Van Sar, and we got
That doesn't count.
anyway. It's gonna be fun. I think it's gonna be fun.
I'm looking forward to it.
So, and then just to mention, since I threw that out there, Life After the Cover Save. It's again, I recognize that it's not everybody's cup of tea. I love Blake and Ed. I think they're funny guys, and when they are on, they are some of the funniest guys out there. They were running a Patreon, and they had this whole drive to 75. They were trying to get 75 patrons, and once they got to that point, they had committed that they were going to do a 24-hour live stream viewing or show. And so I volunteered to help be a part of that so I could give them a break over the 24-hour period. And as it turns out, myself and Doug and Thom are going to go down there and take part in it. So I will post to our Facebook
how
page.
cool. I had no idea.
When that's going to happen. I think it is January 2nd. I think it is the entirety of January 2nd. So it is, from midnight on January 1st to midnight on January 2nd that they are doing this. I'll verify that. I'll post it. But if you want to join in the fun, you can pop in and out, and they're doing this, I think, on Twitch, and we'll be there goofing off, playing Kill Team, that kind of stuff. So
awesome.
Should be fun. Okay. That was it for hobby progress for me. That's it for you.
Yeah. Just
let's talk games played.
Yeah, because you have been.
I always like when we can talk about a game we actually played together. But before we get to that, I have been playing actually, which is nice because I went through kind of a dry spell there where I wasn't able to get time in, and I had cancellations, that kind of thing. Yeah. Like Brian Harvey coming over, and oh wait, no, I'm not coming over.
Yeah, well, Brian's life's hard.
He yeah. So anyway, I did have a game lined up to play against Aaron and his Necrons, and I wasn't feeling like playing Thousand Suns. I wanted to do something a little different, and so I decided, I'm going to play pure Tzeentch army here.
Tzeentch
Demons army. That usually I use them in conjunction with the Thousand Suns. Like I'll have a couple formations or whatever. And this time around, I was like, I'm just going to try to play pure Tzeentch, see how it goes. So my list consisted of 3 squads of pink horrors that were paid in points to switch into blue horrors as they died. It consisted of 9 screamers, which, buddy, screamers are so good. I might have to buy some more.
Yes, they are.
A squad of 5 flamers, a squad of 4 flamers, a Lord of Change, and Karos Fate Weaver. Not like a super optimized list. I mean, by any stretch of the imagination, it's not utilizing things like, I have the Changeling here to give this a bonus save, to do this, to do that. It's not super psyker heavy, to be perfectly honest. I mean,
no, and I mean, my shrugging for those, because making facial expressions on a podcast is always a strong move. I was reacting and shrugging my face at Carl about there isn't that much variability within a Tzeentch demon army, and within any monogod.
But I mean,
army.
there's I guess
there's more power builds you could do.
Right.
You took horrors, so ergo you're not power gaming.
There you go.
And I already can hear what people are going to be telling me on that comment. So cool. So how did it go?
Well, it's surprisingly well. So you and I had conversations in the past, especially when we played a Kill Team game where you were running demons, about the survivability of pink horrors switching into blue horrors. Mm-hmm. And often we had discussed, you're spending these points and it feels like wasted points. But man, that is a unit that is so difficult to get off an objective. It's crazy.
Yeah.
They have 4 up invulns. They can just, they're not tough. They're not strong. You're wounding them, but then they're splitting. So every pink horror is effectively 3 wounds.
Exactly.
Because you're adding these other blue horse. And it's not quite because of blue horse, but from a save perspective, it is because they're 4-ups.
Yeah.
Right. So, what I found was they can take a lot of punishment.
Yeah, if they swarm an objective and then use the size of their squad to create a bubble around the objective, it's real hard to get through that without really concentrating fire. And when you've got 2 Lords of Change effectively and a Demon Prince and Screamers zipping around.
No Demon Prince, but
there you go. There was a step back.
Yeah, but this was 1,500 point game. So what ended up happening was first off, I discovered that Screamers are fantastic. They looked good on paper. I'm one of those guys that'll look at it on paper and I'm like, oh, I think I should use it like this. I'm using it totally wrong. Not in this case. And I took 9 of them because it's each. And they never flew over anything. And when they fly over things, they can for every model you roll a d6. Every 6 is a mortal wound.
Right.
I never did that, but just throwing them into assault. Good God, their lamprey bite is brutal.
Yeah.
Just brutal. And so in the game against Aaron, I kind of wiped out one unit with them in a round or two. Then I moved on to the next unit. And in Aaron's game, in particular, he had spread across the entire board. So I just forced myself into one end and just started working my way from my left to my right across his army. And he had to shift his whole adjustment. Now, he was running 2 squads of wraiths, which is no joke either.
Right.
And this is usual. What I deal with Aaron is a lot of wraiths.
Right.
And they ended up kind of like, I think the interesting thing about the army was there was a lot there that you had to make decisions, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like that was the strength of this army was he never once really went after the large demons because he was like, these are not my problem. Like those guys over there are my problem. These flamers are my problem. You got this thing holding objectives everywhere. I can't, I'll throw the wraiths into these things holding objectives. I'm like, okay. And they're kind of stuck there for like the rest of the game. I mean, he could choose to move out and go do something else. And he did, he like reassaulted, but I'm like, okay.
Right. At the end, you're like, good, kill blue horrors.
Finally he wiped out one unit of them. I'm like, okay, but that took the whole game. In the meantime, I'm finally getting like the greater demons into stuff and slaughtering guys and it was a great game. Now, one of the interesting things that happened was I was able to kill one of his characters with the staff. So I turned that character into a spawn that then held that objective for me.
That is maybe the most satisfying thing.
Then I went and almost killed, what's his name? The big Necron character. I'm pulling in my Necro. I don't know. Anyway, I can't remember his name off the top of my head. It's killing me now that I can't, because I fight him all the time. And I keep want to say Nyarlathotep, which is my Call of Cthulhu coming through. Anyway, the interesting thing happened with him. I killed him again with the staff, and I was like, woohoo, here comes my second. I only own two spawns, but I was going to get both of them on the table. And I kill him, and then Aaron throws down in a stratagem for resurrection protocols. And so in looking at the combination of events there, we were trying to determine what actually happens here. Like, because he's just been slain, turned into a spawn, but no, wait, he's not slain because he used resurrection protocols, which takes place at the end of the phase. So which one happens? And, we've gone back and forth. Like, I started messaging guys like Paul Murphy and other guys that run events. And I'm like, this is a situation. What do you think? And they're like, let me look at it.
Any consensus?
In the end, what we did was we just let him come back. I had him come back. We'll say he's not slain. Let's bring him back and we'll go from there. Aaron said on the Necron board, on Facebook, that they were saying actually both things happen. I don't know if that's true, but I don't know. It's a very interesting. It was a conundrum. I had not run into one of those in a while.
Yeah,
but I felt comfortable with the way we did it, right? And so it was fine. So then what ended up happening was he came back, but he's placed over an inch away from my character, and then he just had every other Necron gun my demon down.
Yeah, that is how that game plays.
But the game was in hand by that point.
Right.
Next game I played was against Austin's AJ's Adeptus Custodes. I brought the same demons. I was like, let's give this another go. It worked great the first time. Let's see how it goes this time. His army, super elite, right? I mean, Custodies at 1,500 points, I think they struggle at that low point value, kind of like Thousand Suns were struggling at that point value up until the adjustments recently. And the problem he ran into was the game we played, first off, was a mission out of the new
Chapter
Proof, thank you. Out of the new Chapter Proof book. And this was a really fun mission. There were 6 objectives on the table. They're numbered 1 through 6. You determine which one is 1, which one is 6. Those ones never go away. But 2 through 5 in the beginning of that round begin to disappear. So, and you score based on the objectives that you're on each round. So you have a kind of a diminishing returns on the table, and you really have to kind of scope out where you're going to be. Seeing that this was the mission and then seeing where they laid out, I then got to pick the deployment type and my starting zone. So I chose long ways on the table. And because I saw, if I start long ways and I start over here, I'm sitting on some of the later objectives through the whole game, and the early ones are going to disappear from his side. He's not incredibly mobile. He had a few bikes. He had 3 squads of infantry guys, and then like one of the grav tanks and a dreadnought that was going to drop in. And I mean, and then like his commander or whatever, but that's like pretty much his whole army.
Right.
I knew right away, I'm like, he's going to have a hard time holding objectives. And so again, I just camped pink horrors on objectives. Yep. He unloaded on a squad of them, and there's a bunch of blue horrors on the objective. And I keep the icon, the chaos icon on them, so that if on my leadership test, if I roll a 1, I'm going to get to bring back a D6 pink horrors.
Yeah. And if you were hitting, I mean, that's one of the other things is the 4-up invul save that all Tzeentch demons have. So good. It's the pink horrors maximize that because there's a bunch of them.
Yep.
Usually it's like, the elite nature of most demonic units prevents that the 5-up save is like, it's okay. Yeah. It's only one guy. I'm only saving a third of the time. But on the pink horrors,
ephemeral form is what it's called.
That it really maximizes that. And if you start rolling hot, it can be downright discouraging.
Yeah. Yeah. It's interesting because they are tough, like plague Marines and plague units, but tough in a different way. Right. Like, and it feels different.
Very.
And it's a lot of fun. It was a fun army to play. I've actually really, really been enjoying it.
Make me want to go back and bust my guys.
Learning a few things. I'm going to try out some new units now because I'm like, oh yeah, that's right. Those chariots are pulled by screamers. I threw my screamers into assault, and they're so fast. They're 16-inch.
Yeah, they're going to get there.
I threw him into assault against his bikers, and I like wiped out like a couple bikers right from the get-go. And they kind of stayed there for the whole game until finally he was able to kill off the rest of them, and he had 1 bike left at that point. And then I was like, hey, smite.
Oh yeah, I have this thing in a few places. That's one of the things about screamers that I think they're great, but they are situational. There are fights where they excel, and there are fights where they are not going to want to be. Dedicated assault units, they don't hold up well against dedicated assault. It's those heavy specialists.
Yeah.
Oh my God, suddenly they look unbelievable.
Yeah, they're
like wraiths and jet bikes.
I've never had a unit like that before. I'm super excited.
Yeah, it's like, I'm high toughness and I have a bunch of wounds for an infantry model. I'm Ogren. Yeah, you're not.
I'm going to tear you to pieces.
This is going to be rough. But
3 attacks each causing, -2, 3 AP, whatever it is.
Right.
It's insane. So, the game rolled out, and then he ended up charging a dreadnought into a bunch of pink horrors, and that's where it stayed.
Which produced an outstanding photo.
With the blue horror running from it.
He's like, oh my God.
But yeah, it stayed right there the whole time, and so I got a pretty strong victory there as well. So both those games, which I came from a streak of losing games, have kind of...
You're on a roll.
Yeah.
Tzeentch favors you.
So then you and I played a game today, too.
And Tzeentch favors you.
This time I did play Thousand Suns.
Yeah.
Boy.
That was great. We bust out Kill Team. One of the fun things with Kill Team Annual that I was very excited about was that it updated the Heretic Astartes to be able to field the Shadow Spear squad as your Heretic Astartes, as your Chaos Space Marines, because before... you couldn't. There was no autocannon. There was like a lot of the options just weren't there. Now with elites, you can also take possessed. So I used one of those greater possessed as a possessed model. We played one of the dedicated Thousand Suns. That's what did it. Doggone it.
Now we see.
We played a Thousand Suns dedicated mission, which is another great thing that's
I didn't feel like it gave a huge advantage. The only advantage it really gave was I was the I had initially just kind of my pick of my zone.
Right.
Like that was kind of it.
Right. Well, and it felt thematically accurate.
Thematically,
actually,
it was
as
cool.
playing, Iron Warriors versus Thousand Suns.
So it's kind of dual thematically.
Yeah, it felt really thematic.
The objective of the mission. Go ahead.
Was the chosen one.
Yeah.
So each warband each kill team, picks a single model that is their chosen one. And at the end of the game, secretly. Oh, that's right. Secretly. So at the end of the game, which is a random game length, it's everybody reveals who their chosen one was, and whoever's chosen one is closest to the objective wins.
Right. Now, the rub is if at any time your chosen one is eliminated, you're out. That's immediately the game ends for you. Yeah. This would be a super fun 4-person game.
Absolutely.
Like, I think that's where this will really shine.
Right. Well, we have a game day coming up. We should see if we can. Also, if we could find 4 chaos people.
Oh my God, that'd be so amazing.
That'd be great. We should see if we can.
I gotta talk to Aaron Dembski Bowden about something. He and I have been talking about something. I think this is a really interesting. This is cool. Anyway, great game.
Yeah, it was super fun.
Yeah.
The opening volley, I was very pleased with. I
lost my heavy gunner.
Your heavy gunner. What is that rotary cannon?
It's the Soul Reaper cannon, I think is what it's called. Yeah.
Opened up on my Iron Warriors demolition specialist with auto cannon and hurt him.
Nary a wound. Yeah. A single wound was caused.
Yes. That guy made a bundle of saves. I forgot that throughout the course of that game.
Then he turned around and blasted my guy off the roof.
Said, I got more range than you do, buddy.
Yeah, you do.
Plugged him. And I rolled really well almost the whole game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you had more models. You were tying me up in close combat pretty quickly. Things were not looking good. I lost both my Zangors.
Mm-hmm.
I lost the heavy gunner. One more was going to cause me to basically start making morale tests. I lost another guy, but I was able to use my stratagem, and on a 4-up, he doesn't die; he just takes a wound. So I brought him back, and then it was looking like you were going to win as we get into the last round 4.
Well, it went to round 4, and then we rolled.
Yeah, and it continued.
And went one more turn, and I went, he's got this Scarab Occult Sorcerer.
Yep.
I should just. I'm gonna send my possessed in. I'm gonna get him. I got a double charge on this guy, so even once he smites, one of them's still gonna be there.
Yep.
The possessed has 2 wounds, so if he smites him, he's definitely gonna be there.
Everything of mine was locked in close combat.
Yep.
So my chosen one was pretty far from the objective. I mean, on a run, if I had a straight run, I could get to it, but
I managed to tie him up pretty far away. And you had 3 guys left at that point?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and you took out 4 models that turn.
Yeah. And your chosen one.
And my chosen one.
Which was your possessed.
Which was the possessed. It was fantastic and very just
on a dime.
I mean, it was like 30 minutes from like I have this bottled up to we're packing up and I'm like, what just happened? I'm so lost so badly.
I couldn't believe it.
It was great.
It absolutely, the thing Zach used to always say, that I've said it on the show before, is it always pays to be lucky at the end of the game, not necessarily at the beginning of the game.
I rolled boxcars at least 4 times that game. And
initiative in the last round.
Yeah.
I roll a 10. I'm like, I've got this at 12.
Yep.
Come on.
Yep. No, but when it came down to exactly that thing of be lucky at the end, when it came down to crunch, because I had that turn where I was like, I got this.
You had me tactically beaten. Like
I got him surrounded, and my melt-a-gun missed again.
Yep.
My auto cannon failed to hurt.
Yep.
The guy he was looking at. Yep. My commander couldn't put a guy down in close combat, even though he'd been chosen by the gods or whatever.
What it boiled down to was just a sequence of failed saves on your part at the end. Like just fail, and remove.
Well, and the called shot Overwatch didn't hurt you. That's your go-to move, apparently.
Yeah. So what he means is anytime somebody charges any of my Zeech forces and I have an Overwatch shot, I'm telling you what's going to happen is I'm going to roll a 6 and I'm going to kill that unit. And sure enough.
Today it did.
Bam. Zeech.
Yeah.
In my head. So I mean that's been it for me. Is that the only game you've played in the last week or so?
Sadly, it's been finals time, so
but it's all done now.
Yeah, it's all done. So I got 2 weeks ahead of me of hopefully more games. Matt and I are really itching to get our hands on the chapter approved missions.
Yeah,
and Matt's got a big project he's working on that we'll see.
Cool.
See here at the game day we got coming.
Yeah, excellent. Excellent. Okay, so what we're going to do now, we're going to take a short break. We're going to come back, and I'm going to launch into a series of discussions with members of our gaming group. We hope you enjoy our thoughts and everything on 2019. And then we'll come back and close out the show and close out the year. So we'll be right back right after these messages.
Hey, this is Big Nasty B from Life After the Cover Safe, and I'm at a mall talking to strangers about Table War. Table War develops some of the most innovative products for the miniature wargaming and hobby industry.
And I develop pictures.
That's great. They develop things like the Fat Mat.
Who's Matt, and why is he so fat?
Well, first off, Mat is not a person. The Fat Mat is a tabletop gaming surface, and with over 40 different designs, Table War's Fat Mat has become a community standard.
I got a Surface Pro. It's like 10 inches. By the way, I'm meeting my friend Simbon. Do you know what that is?
No, but I do want to tell you about the Table War Tower case line.
Oh man, towers are so huge.
Well, it's not that kind of tower. It's the original modular, all-in-one display storage and transport system for all your tabletop miniatures.
Wow, you're really smart. What's your relationship status?
Well, it's complicated, but you know what isn't complicated?
Chili dogs.
This is true, but also the Macro Mat.
Oh geez, not that guy again.
The Macro Mat is a one-of-a-kind, innovative photography backdrop, perfect for collectibles, hobby miniatures, and small works of art. Its durability, portability, and functionality in one inexpensive product.
I wasn't paying attention to what you just said, but do you validate parking?
No, I do not. But if you want more information, head over to tablewar.com and check them out.
Table War!
All right, so now it's our turn with Jody. Jody, thank you so much for joining us for this episode.
Absolutely.
2019 was kind of a big year for you.
Yeah, I did a lot more than I realized.
Yeah.
It was, well, let alone getting to sit here and yammer at you lovely folks out there all the time. That was new for me this year, which I hadn't really fully realized that really kind of happened in full force this year.
Yeah.
Which has been awesome. Adepticon.
Yeah.
First
yeah.
Adepticon.
First time.
Continued to convert and subvert my friends to this wonderful hobby. So yeah, it was no
It's been a good
complaints.
year so far.
Yeah, very, very high on 40K.
So far.
So far.
Year's almost over.
Hey, would you really be shocked if GW did something exciting in the next 2 weeks?
They're going to do Psychic Awakening. January or December 25th.
It'll never happen.
No, I think that's the announcement.
Well, there you go.
I think I heard somebody say, I don't know if they're
I think actually I did see that on the community page.
So I can't wait. I'm hoping that's the Thousand Suns one.
Oh,
I think it is.
I'm ready for some chaos.
Okay, so look, I've got these questions I want to kind of propose to you, and from your perspective, these are all from your kind of thoughts here. What would you say were for you the two biggest wins that GW did for 40K this year for you personally?
For me, one I'm going to be really very selfish about, but I think it's also just a great win. Is that actually the Gene Stealer Cult Army started the year. The full release with all the new models of the Ridge Runners and the Achilles or the Achillin, the bike riders and the Jackal and the new characters.
The
Kellermorph
guy, yeah.
Yeah. That guy's awesome. Obviously, the fact that spoke to Matt and gave me a very nearby,
regular
and very
opponent.
accessible, ready opponent was great. So the Gene Stealer Cult, and that's an army that the community had wanted to see really come into its own for so long, that I think that was a huge win to see this new faction that had always been lurking there in the background really spring up and come to the fore and become a massive part. The second one, though, is the Vigilus campaign series.
Okay.
That wrapped up in 2019, and these are both earlier in the year. The Vigilus campaign in and of itself was fine. The books were fine. The story was fine. It wasn't great. But then when I thought about it as a product release, we got Spearhead. Yeah. Shadow Spear. The Shadow Spear box and some awesome new Chaos models. And then also that was the harbinger of not only the Harbinger, the guy with the spear and the jetpack, remember him? And then Abaddon, our new model there. And then new Chaos Marines, obviously, and just all the Noctilith Crown terrain piece, which I'm actually really excited to get painted over this break. So it was all of the things that came out of Vigilus, expanding the narrative of the Gene Stealer cult.
It was a huge kind of launching off point for the new Chaos stuff.
Right.
And obviously Gene Stealer cult featured heavily in it as well.
And the Cicatrix Maledictum gained a lot more personality as to what is it and what does that look like in a outside of a Black Library release. We got to see that kind of changing, growing world, or changing, growing feature of the galaxy in a way that wasn't limited to just one army's perspective through a codex. So the Vigilus release series, I think there was a lot of really important, good things that happened there that helped to grow.
Yeah. That's a good point.
What's going forward.
It's a good point. I tend to think of Vigilus kind of one-dimensionally, and that's a really interesting point you've brought up, which is not one-dimensional. In my mind, Vigilus is, okay, here's the planet where you can play this campaign and these things take place on. I think it started strong, but unfortunately for me, like a great movie can be spoiled by a bad ending. I think, Vigilus as a story, and this is where I'm talking about my linear kind of one-dimensional thinking. As a story, I felt like the end really disappointed for me.
I would agree.
Not that I wanted like Abaddon to like slaughter Marneus Calgar or anything, but I felt like, especially because he just got a new model, that wasn't going to happen. But one of my issues with Warhammer, 40K in particular, is the heroes in it just suffer from this never really.
Right.
There's no consequences. There's never any consequences.
It's the old Marvel universe. Nobody dies.
Yeah, and to me, and we talked about this last episode too. Like, I think, people are like, "Oh, well, what if they killed off Abaddon?" I'm like, okay, so replace him with somebody else cool. Yeah. That's fine. If it's creative enough and well thought out, I would totally be for it. Or maybe they go through a state of instability where, they don't have that guiding force, and so now you're a bunch of roving war bands fighting each other again until somebody rises to the occasion. But there has to be consequences in 40K, and I think the problem is when the giant galaxy that is the universe we're playing in, it gets boiled down to a handful of named characters. It feels cheapened.
Yeah,
right. It's bigger than that.
Yeah, I was very disappointed when there was a moment where the sword stroke fell from Abaddon, and I kind of was like, oh my God, did they?
I was shocked for a second.
Yeah, and then read a little bit further, went,
and I groaned. I was like, man,
damn it.
All right.
And it was.
And then a rift opened up between them and they couldn't reach each other. And, I've seen that before too.
Right. And, a la Rick Grimes wakes up on the ship and I'm like, come on, man. Like, you had it. You could.
So, but yes, Ultramarines fans are, I'm sure, thrilled.
Yeah.
That they have,
it served AJ well.
But I mean, honestly, when I look at it, it's like, Marneus Calgar, like, what a perfect time to actually remove him.
Yeah.
It would have been such a perfect time to remove him, heroically remove him. You have Rabute Gilliman, who's already providing a lot of kind of the same, but he's almost junior Rabute. And then maybe somebody else steps into those shoes, and we create something new. But what a perfect time to change it up. How shocked would people have been?
Right.
Like, people would have been seriously.
Well, especially if the new model had dropped.
Right. Then I'd feel kind of bad, right? Like, I don't think you could release a model, everybody buys it, and then they're like, what?
And he's dead.
He's in the Legends group now. Like, then I think people would have a legitimate argument there.
But narratively, I think Vigilus was okay narratively. It wasn't bad.
Yeah, but you're right. We got a lot of great things out of it.
But what it did for 40K was outstanding.
Much like the original Planet Strike was kind of meh in terms of rules, but look what we got out of it. We got a lot of neat terrain. We got some pretty cool stuff that's still used to this day.
Yeah.
So that's a good point.
And I feel that way about Vigilus.
Okay.
And I feel like the narrative specifically around Chaos really helped change Chaos Marines from just being we're bad guy Marines.
Yeah.
To really starting to become something else with the Shadow Spear box really being focused on these demonic units and this now that with the Cicatrix Maledictum and this new big push, it's a lot more demonic than it used to be.
And I think we'll see more of that coming up.
I hope so, because that is my jam.
Yep. I'm
So
with
those
you.
were my big two that really launched the year, and I think set a great tone for the year. I mean, both that was first half.
I cannot believe anybody hasn't mentioned this yet, but what do you think the single largest win outside of 40K for Games Workshop was? And I just saw your answer, and I'm like, how has nobody else said this yet?
Well, this seemed like low-hanging fruit, man.
For you, this is an easy win.
So there's this game called Blitz Bowl. I don't know if I've mentioned it before.
So it's so good, though.
It is. So Blitz Bowl technically did come out at the end of last year.
All right, we'll let it go, though.
But they put out expansions, so that's my end.
Qualifies.
Yeah, there's two new teams came out, which could have been, if I did my biggest loss for all of GW, it would be that Halfling expansion team. What the hell was that about? But
it's a little too powerful.
Yeah, the super powered Halfling. You want a joke? There's a joke. But yeah, the biggest win outside of 40K from GW, that Blitz Bowl game is Chris Wolf, who plays with us over in Santa Cruz.
Yeah.
He commented in a thread. He's like, somebody was like, hey, is in a Blood Bowl thread, hey, is Blitz Bowl any good? And Chris replied back, best GW game ever made. And I went, ha, 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 emoji with it. And he goes, no, I'm not kidding.
Yeah. He
like
really thinks
that good. And it is for the genre of game that it is. It is a board game. It is not a full tabletop or experience, but I want to sit down and I want to play a miniatures based tabletop board game. I don't know of anything that I'm playing that's more fun.
I've said it before, like I do not like Blood Bowl. It's just like I love the theme, I love everything. I should like the game. I don't like playing it, and I recognize that some people think it's the greatest game ever.
Right.
Blitz Bowl scratches that itch for me, and I think it's the immediate results that I get from it that I enjoy.
Yeah.
Whereas Blood Bowl, I put a whole bunch of work in, and then nothing happens, and I'm like, okay,
Yeah, it's.
But that's just me.
Fantastic.
I mean, I get why people like it. I love so many things around Blood Bowl. I love the idea that you're all coaches and that you're like trying to bribe other coaches to hurt players, and like I love all of that, all that stuff. But it doesn't work for me. But this works for me.
Yeah, it's fantastic. I mean, if you like fantasy based stuff,
Silly
the classic
stuff.
tropes
Yeah.
of wizards and dragons and orcs and elves and dwarves and
Undead.
and you like that stuff, and you have even fleetingly been like, I wonder what sports would look like in that world. This is just a fantastic answer, and it's a fantastic way to access it. It's a fantastic gift.
It's a fantastic value for what you. I think the board game costs $50.
Yeah, has
You
two
get
teams,
cards, everything you need,
cards for additional teams.
Yep.
You want to buy an additional team that comes with it?
$25.
$25.
Yeah.
And you can split it with a friend. Go buy two teams and then give each other a sprue.
Yeah.
And you have two teams for $25.
Super good deal.
It's a fantastic game. Matt and I were trying to quantify how many hours of Blitz Bowl we've played this year.
And it's so strange that how it rolled out, like through Barnes and Noble.
Through Barnes and Noble. Yeah, it's the only downside is, hey, I mean, I don't know if that's a downside or not.
Well,
but you gotta
I
go to
think
Barnes
the
and Noble
guys
to
in
get it.
Europe can't get it.
A lot of people in Europe can't get it. Although I keep increasingly through the Blitz Bowl fans page on Facebook and through the various Blood Bowl community pages.
Yeah.
More and more I'm seeing people say, hey, who in the US can send me a copy?
Yeah,
hey, who in the
that's
US
great.
can? So for me, my biggest win that wasn't 40K was Blitz Bowl.
I think that's a solid. Yeah, you're playing it all the time.
And still enjoying it and finding new things to enjoy about it.
That's great.
It's great.
All right. Conversely, what do you think the largest miss for 40K was in 2019?
Yeah, and this isn't really just a 40K one, but I am going to focus on that. I think 40K was the biggest problem. And this is weird because this is going to have to be nuanced. So hang with me as we go through it.
Okay.
So my
we
biggest
go.
miss in 40K was showing contrast paints on Space Marines.
Yeah.
I think contrast paints are fantastic. They add a tool to my repertoire of tools as a painter that I'm finding is actually replacing and removing things I never thought would have gone away. I'm really not using the GW washes very much anymore, except for very specific, very subtle effects. I'm using contrast paint for all of those effects I would have used in the past.
Interesting.
I find it more efficient. It is for speed painting. It is fantastic, but you can also do some beautiful nuanced things with it. The contrast medium is fantastic. It's a great product, but showing it on Space Marines, what a miss. That is really the worst case scenario for that product.
And I think, I agree. I know why they did.
Oh,
Space
yeah.
Marines are such a top seller,
Yeah.
But I think that's not where its strength really lies.
Yeah, it's not. And to have it look good on a Space Marine is so challenging. Like there is a level of demand on the painter to have a really nice looking result using contrast paint on a Marine that, I mean, it's pretty elevated. One of the online painting tutorial guys did this is me doing my speed paint with airbrushing and kind of traditional means versus contrast paint as it's supposed to be used, and really honestly trying to get the best possible effect. The contrast paint was faster by a few minutes.
Yeah.
And was not nearly as high of a quality. And this was a very fair, like when I watched it, this isn't an online, this isn't a YouTuber I enjoy their content particularly. It's next level painting.
Right.
Great content. It's just not something I like. Doesn't work for my wants. But he gave it a really fair shot. I mean, it is a very, very good video. So yeah, it's a great product line, but man, what a mistake to show it on Space Marines. If they had shown it more so on Orcs, and they did show it on those
Plague Marines, it works pretty good.
What are the not Gellerpox? I've
blocked
blocked
Poxwalkers.
Yeah, that blocked them out of my memory.
Yeah,
because there was the biggest miss of this year. No, just
no, I think they look good on that. I think
they
you
work
can
great
get away with it on anything with a lot of texture, and Plague Marines tend to have that kind of texture that you can work with that.
Sure.
But just on those flat, straight curved surfaces that a Marine has,
shoulder pads.
It's tough.
They look bad on shoulder pads.
Yeah, I agree.
And I mean, this is somebody who's using the snot out of the stuff. I mean, really using.
But
the
what
heck
if I'm
out
a
of it.
basic painter and I'm just like, you think I'm better off just going the and again, now I see their tutorials are like, here's how you can do it with contrast.
Right.
Here's the traditional method. I feel you get more from the traditional method at just as easily, if not easier, than you do with contrast paints. You'll get a better result with the base coat wash, and then you could even dry brush over that, and then you're going to look really good.
And you're going to learn some brush control skills. You're going to learn some techniques that using contrast paints, if you're using them
on Marines, we're talking specifically on Marines.
Right. And if you're just using them to get color on your model. Now, if all you want is to get color on your model, you are tired of being teased about having gray plastic or primered Marines, and you want them to have color, this is an answer. This is absolutely an answer, and it's a heck of a lot cheaper than buying an airbrush.
Okay. But until you buy 10 of them, because then it's $80.
Even then,
$8 a pot.
Even at $8 a pot, you buy 10 of them and a brush, and you don't need a very good brush.
No, I get you.
You're still less than half an
way
less.
I'm mostly being a smart ass.
Well, but I want to, it's the old, this hobby's expensive, and the generic answer is like, cool, compared to which other hobby?
Yeah.
Because I'm not sure which one's cheaper. But that notion of it, and the $8 is rough on each one of those little pots. That there's no doubt about that.
They're a little bit bigger than the normal ones, but you're also
not enough.
You're using a lot more. Yeah.
So if you're just wanting to get color down, hey, they work great, but you're not progressing as a painter. You are not learning new skills. It's just really a shame that
I love how your answers, I'm kind of looking ahead, and I love how your answers are like, for example, give me the single thing you want to see out of 40K in 2020.
Yeah,
you took a loose interpretation of single thing here.
Yeah, I cheated my butt off on the rest of these. So yeah, the Space Marine's a miss, but I had to dig. I will say this. I had to dig to find a miss. It wasn't easy.
I will agree with you there. Like that, I've had a couple people tell me that is a really hard question, and I'm like, I know.
Right. So credit GW. Like, what didn't go well for 40K this year?
Not a whole lot.
You didn't kill Marnius Calgar. I mean, like, come on, man.
Some would argue that. Anyway, what is it you want to see next year? 40K specific.
Really, this is a cop-out answer. I want him to keep on keeping on. Is really what I mean by this answer. What I put down in my show notes was fill in the gaps. There are some lacking areas. There are some things that, plastic aspect warriors are the common drum. I don't care. I'm not an Eldar player, so I don't really care about that one. We know we're getting the rest of the Sisters of Battle.
I do care from a sense that if I'm playing against Eldar player, I want to see cool model.
Yeah, and I want them to have that, and I want to see that in the community. If I had to pick one thing, though, because you did say single thing that I want to see new plastic guard.
Yeah, I agree.
When I look
that'd be really cool
at the new Abyss troops that came out for Blackstone, the different types of cult troops for Warcry, and then how those got worked into Slaves to Darkness armies. the Cadians are starting to look pretty dated.
Yeah.
And man, there are a lot of different kinds of Astra Militarum organizations, and Cadia fell.
I think the most interesting thing they could do, and again, I'm not an expert in this field, but what would blow my mind if they were able to somehow give you like a core set and then you bought like thematic sprues, right? So, I want to be, Mordian Iron Guard or whatever they're called, and then I want to be Steel Legion, and I want to be who are the guys with the
Praetorians,
Russian hats or whatever, that you could buy like a sprue that then allows you to convert all those things. And it'd probably be a little expensive to do.
Right.
But the variety you could get and the things you'd see across the table from you would just look phenomenal.
I love that they have those White Scar, Ultramarine, Blood Angel little expansion clan packs.
Those are fantastic.
And you just clip on the extra part. I would love that. I actually waffled with that as my generic answer for one of the questions was that notion of seeing those kind of bolt-on bits kits. I'd love to see more of that. But yeah, if I had to pick one, like what would I wish list and want to see? Is the IG really, Astra Militarum, whatever, are starting to really look.
Yeah, I can see it.
There's honestly a narrative beat that I am starting to struggle with that's weird because I didn't think I would. Because the Cadians are so like, they're space military guys. Cool. Yeah. But the more I look at them, I'm like, no, those are Cadians. And Cadia fell.
I'm really bummed because I've been reading Cadia Stands by Justin Hill. And for some reason, I got like halfway through it and got distracted with something else. So I've been going back and I started rereading it. Cadia was such a cool... It was such a cool place for 40K. I mean, like a planet that just was the entire defense. Like everything about the planet was defensive. Like every street, every cross section, every building was made to, if it came under attack, it could offer multiple ways of defending. And, from across the street, you could set up these lanes of fire. And like every consideration that these people had was defensive. Is such an interesting concept. And I think it's a bummer that it's gone. But I think as a fortress world, it really was. And Justin does a great job describing. Justin Hill does a great job describing that stuff in the book. So worth picking up if you haven't read it. But you're right. You're right.
Yeah, that's my one. Is if I got to narrow through all these little narrow, tiny little gaps. If I go straight wish listing though, because I'm just gonna stay here as long as you'll let me. That Chaos Demon Codex.
Yeah.
They teased, I was fine, and I just accepted my lot as a mono god demon player that wants to play all 4 gods but play them alone, but just play demons.
Yeah.
Like that's a very like Jody problem to have.
It's my problem too.
Well, and then they put out Plastic Furies.
Yeah.
And I went, wait, those are undivided demons.
I'm kind of waiting to see.
Like I want more.
Yeah.
Like dear GW, please turn that into, I can play one god, but I get these other filler units and make that a viable thing. Or give me the demon. I'm going to use this term wrong intentionally. You give me demon soup because it's not soup. It's all one codex.
Yeah.
It's just 4 different gods in one codex. I think it's time for some new demon units and that codex. I love it dearly. And I enjoy the way it plays. I love that each god's demons play very differently. If I play just my Khorne demons, it's night and day.
This is something the codex in 4th and 5th edition, like people hated that Chaos Space Marine codex. But it was interesting in the sense, having read the 3.5 codex, I see why they didn't like it. But I always felt like I got more out of that codex than I did out of like the Space Marine codex, like because a Tzeentch army played very different than a Plague Marine army than a Khorne army. Like they all played very, very, very different. Where I didn't feel at that time the delineation between the Space Marines was so great. Now I think they're significantly different. I think they took a lead from Horus Heresy, where you had to have the Marines play very differently. Now I feel like they very much do.
Right.
So I always felt like I got a lot of value out of a Chaos Codex, whether it's Demon or
right, because you get all these different ways to play it. I mean, the last show, our Extended Warrior Lodge, I talked about for the first time ever. I fielded a mix of Slaanesh and Tzeentch. I actually did mix demons, and it worked great, and it was a lot of fun.
Yeah.
But yeah, so I guess if it's dividing that question almost into 2 of what do I really, me personally, individually, what single thing do I want? I want a rounded out demon experience.
Okay.
But what do I want to see for the hobby? I want to see what new guard models look like with this new era of these plastics.
Sure.
And the Blackstone Trader guard we were talking about
So
off air
good.
earlier, fantastic. Like, so what does that look like when they're loyal and a little more ragtag? And so that would be my single wish list item.
Okay. So then, as long as we're talking about single things, what do you want to see Jody change about itself or a product line in 2020?
So I'd like, and I'm not even sure really how to phrase this. I looked at, there's something about the Warcry Chaos Warbands showing up as full units of their own type within that Slaves to Darkness army that kind of spoke to something I'd been pondering for a while. And Killzone or Kill Team does it a little bit of Kill Team to 40K to the Apocalypse game, that progression of play.
Yeah.
And then, Blitz Bowl to Blood Bowl and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. There's these different kind of tiers of level of investment, of financial investment for one. I mean, Kill Team, as Adam on Tabletop Minions famously pointed out, $50 for any single Kill Team, you're ready to go.
Yeah.
That's a very reasonable investment to get in and explore that hobby and see what it's like. And I'd like to see a little bit more delineation of GW steering that ship of like, so you want to just dip your toe in, here's where you start and what that looks like and why it is that way, versus, okay, you want this kind of intermediate experience. What does that look? Right now, it's a sandbox of like, man, there are so many good things to pick from. And you can just have anything you want. It's that.
So you need to be able to walk in the store and see like, I want to get started. And it's like literally a big thing that says, you want to start playing? Here's Kill Team.
Right.
Like, figure,
this is how this works. And then like, how does that build and build and build? And even within 40K itself, just the main 40K product, not counting Kill Team. And like, okay, so what does a small 50 power, because a 50 power level game actually does work.
Sure.
But okay, now speak to that a little bit more for me. Tell me a little bit more about what does a 50 power level game look like and what might be a good way to approach that. So I'm getting the most I can out of it. This is admittedly in unabashedly, absolutely a first world problems, a really splitting hairs thing that we have. It is really a spoiled for choice situation that I have now this deep series of options to pick from. Yep. But give me a little guide. Give me a little bit of a roadmap. And I remember kind of the last time we talked about one of these questions going, GW, steer the ship just a little bit more. Give us some boundaries about how to approach this and be thoughtful about it, about like, hey, if you bought this, it could turn into that.
Right.
And then that, you add one of these and it becomes this. And if you want to go here, then maybe think about adding this on.
Right.
And I think there's some way they can do some packaging and value packaging along those lines. And just having people think in those terms of like, I'm buying this and I'm going to play this game and that'll lead to this other game. And it's this natural progression.
That's an interesting point.
So it's a little free form right now. And I'm like, hey,
it could be confusing for somebody new. Yeah. Coming in for sure. And even for people who've been in it a while, like maybe give me ideas on where it could take this.
Yeah. Okay. And that's where as a veteran player, that's absolutely where I'm at is like, give me some direction here. Cause I'm feeling I'm feeling system fatigue. Like it is, I want to play Warcry. I want to play Kill Team. I want to play 40K. I want to play, Blitz Bowl. I want to
just retire to an island where we play games
all day, except when we're painting.
Yeah. That'd be great.
Yeah.
Can't be too humid at that island then.
Oh, yeah. Cause you couldn't use a rattle can then.
Well, listen, any last minute thoughts for the year that you want to toss out there? Or
absolutely
anything?
is. I would like to express a really heartfelt, sincere thank you to you, Carl, for giving me a spot here at the table.
Of course.
And to the community who have been super welcoming and kind. And those of you who've reached out to me through Facebook or otherwise individually to give me words of encouragement. Those who I met at Adepticon last year. I'm very much looking forward to going back and meeting
those who you'll meet this year.
Those who I'll meet this year. It's been really encouraging. I am legitimately, honestly, sincerely more excited about 40K than I have ever been. And we're talking about 20 plus years of doing it. Yeah. And this is the most fun I've ever had. And the community around the show and
it
getting
that
to
way.
be a part of it is hugely significant for me. It keeps me motivated, keeps me excited, keeps me wanting to come back and have something fun to share and talk about and see what other people are doing. So I cannot thank you and the community enough.
I can't thank you enough for joining. I think you've been a tremendous addition to the show, and I think that you present very well. I mean, obviously having been a teacher, Jeff and I have talked about this a lot. You present well, you can formulate your thoughts well, you can make, arguments that we can agree or disagree with, but that's fine. I think, it's nice to get fresh perspective a lot of times in the show. Otherwise it becomes stale. And, unfortunately we agree on a lot of things. so,
I disagree with how you just wrecked me at the end of that Kill Team game. How's that for disagreement?
In here we disagree with more. But no, thank you so much for joining us, and thanks for being a part of the group, dude. And thanks for helping carry the banner.
My absolute pleasure. Looking forward to 2020.
All right. Well, let's see who we have up next. All right, Josh, you're up next.
Yes, sir.
So, again, I'm going to kind of hit you with the things that we've been talking about with the other folks here. But for you, how is your year of gaming, Warhammer, Age of Sigmar, whatever, GW gaming gone this year?
Man, it's been a whirlwind this year. There's been a lot of great moments in gaming, and I how many times have I said the golden age of gaming in the last 2 years?
I'm telling you, it's crazy.
This year I would say was exceptional, and the amount of games I was able to play, the amount of content that came out from GW, and just really able to take advantage. I had kind of like high highs, not low lows, but it was more feast or famine for me with gaming this year. I had a lot of really concentrated gaming kind of spurts where I'd get 6 games in and then not play for maybe 2 months or something like that. But
but in that intervening time, you're usually painting.
I was hobbying while that was happening.
That's kind of the thing I like about the hobby in general is like even when you're not playing the game, there's still other, whether it's reading White Dwarf, whether it's reading Black Library, novels, whether it's building or painting. I mean, it's always something.
There's always some way to engage with the hobby itself or the community, and
it's become such a large part of my life,
for
sure. And we just had dinner. This is day after Christmas, and we've just had dinner. Our families and your wife saying, "I didn't know about any of this stuff until boom, after we were married."
Lock it down first, and then
there you go.
The floodgates out.
But she's incredibly supportive of the hobby, and in general, I think the wives all get along in such a great way. So. Super fun. But let me ask you, what do you think from Games Workshop for 40K or 40K adjacent? So within the 40K universe.
Sure. Yep.
And that could even be 30K. Like I'm fine with that. What do you think are the 2 big wins in for you, in your opinion, this year?
Yeah. I actually had to go back and do quite a bit of research to see exactly when things were released, just in anticipation of questions, because so much has come out in the last couple of years, especially that it was, the first thing that came to me actually ended up being at the very end of last year. So I was like, all right, we'll scratch that one.
What was that?
The Delac gang for Necromunda, just because I've been waiting for years for that gang to drop out. And it's like, they were my gang back in 90s. And
but that's 2018.
It was very end of 2018. Okay. So didn't make the grade. First pick for me was Kill Team Elites, because that was a game changer.
Good call.
Yeah. It really changed how Elites plays it. It opened it up. It expanded it so much, and it was such an enjoyable way to engage in 40K in that small scale. But it had more depth and more options and more personality, as we talked to. As we've talked about quite a bit. But that for me, I think, was the biggest.
And I think it kind of hit all the marks that Commanders didn't hit, that we were kind of hoping Commanders would. I think it's much more what we were looking for at that time. In
exactly.
fact, most of the games of Kill Team I play are Kill Team Elite games.
Yeah, since it's dropped, I've played Commander versions of Kill Team Elites, but I have not played a game that was not Elite since
Jody and I, the game we just played that I talked about at the beginning of the show, was a new mission from the annual
Oh yeah.
that came out, and looking at that mission, even as we set up for it, I was like, this would be an amazing 4-player mission, because like everybody picks a chosen one, and if that, and it's secret to them, and if that model dies, they're out. So like at that moment, so you could like see a team literally drop out at that moment, and the main objective is in the middle of the table, and whoever's chosen one is closest to the objective at the end of the game wins. So it's like, it's forcing you to get in there, but you also want to protect that guy.
Yeah, that's cool.
So,
There's a lot of
very cool.
Neat. Yeah, that would be a good.
Okay, so Kill Team Elite.
Yep.
What's your second choice?
I haven't gotten my hands on the annual yet, but that would probably be up there. I need to check that out still. Second choice for me was the most recently released, the Dark Uprising Necromunda, the terrain set specifically.
Interesting.
Because I think that terrain is a game changer for being able to bring the plastic Zone Mortalis set. It's less so maybe the box set, but just having that plastic terrain options with the tiles and the walls and everything like that. And it's going to get a lot of use in games of Kill Team and Necromunda, Inquisitor 28, whatever, and like even 40K. Like you can always have the little installation there. And
Zone Mortalis games.
Yeah, for me, it was just really cool to see GW take that step and bring that amazing terrain style.
Yeah, right after they canceled the Forge World stuff,
Right, yep.
to bring it back as plastics, and arguably more configurable than the original Forge World stuff.
It's still expensive to build a full table of it, but significantly less than a full Zone Mortalis Forge World resin tile board.
I don't know about that. I don't know what the 4 panels, flat panels, cost you. I don't know what it was. Let's say it was $80. I think.
It's either like 67 or 75.
Okay, so let's say that then you need to buy the walls. To go on it. It's going to add up just like the Forge World Zone Mortalis was no joke. It was a pricey endeavor, but I think they're going to be fairly comparable. But you can build this one up kind of slowly and have it be a little flexible.
Yeah.
So
when that, like for me, that being a Necromunda release, I'm actually really excited for Necromunda, which is, it's a small table. Like I'm building up a 3x3 table, and mostly I'm doing 3D prints right now. But a 3x3 is it's a small scale size board to tackle.
Yeah. Okay. And then outside of the 40K universe, so that probably limits it to some box games, Age of Sigmar, that kind of stuff. What do you think was the single biggest win from them this year?
For me, hands down, it was the Slaves to Darkness, the most recent release of that, because those models are just
super
gorgeous.
Good right there.
Oh, yeah, I didn't even see that. Oh, hello.
Yeah, so I'm very excited about those as well. I already have, as I said before, a Slaves to Darkness army, so this is just kind of adding to it.
So I've been playing Fantasy since 5th edition and actual Warhammer Fantasy battles, and my best friend growing up, he had a Slaves to Darkness army, and like this just like hit the nostalgic box hard for me, which again, very little that I have nostalgia for, but Adeptus Titanicus and Slaves to Darkness apparently really are the two things that have hit that nostalgia for me. But just the models are fantastic, and this one I almost picked up just to model it and build it, and with no intention of probably ever playing it or turning it into an army. But it just it was.
Well, the next time we play Age of Sigmar, I'm going to be rocking this.
Yeah.
So we'll see. The Codex is pretty nice, too.
I'll enjoy them on the other side of the
Aaron
table.
Dembski-Bowden has some short stories in the Codex, too,
neat.
which are kind of nice. So quality stuff there. And then what would you say is the single largest miss from Games Workshop for 40K? For you?
For me, it was the Acastus Knights rules for Adeptus Titanicus.
Okay.
The
models
are amazing. The rules are cool. Like I kind of see what they were doing, but they cool. They are pretty much universally accepted by the community as being broken. Like they are underpriced, overpowered. And for me, it was just a miss.
It's interesting that they haven't addressed them. I mean, they're addressing everything else so quickly.
Right. And I think that's specifically a downside of using the terminals as a methodology for game mechanic.
Hard to adjust something on the fly with that.
I think, and honestly, a lot of people have tried just doing a points adjustment where they double the points or something like that for trying to balance them. But it's more than just a point thing. Like I think they really need to revisit that unit from the ground up and see how it fits into the game. But because the game is so balanced except for that one unit, like it is so.
And how do you do that now without giving people the feel bads, right? I mean, like, oh, and by the way, here, buy these new
the
cards.
I think it's universally accepted as being kind of broken, overpowered.
Yeah.
There's definitely, they're not invincible. Like, there's ways to overcome it, but people don't want to build towards specifically overcoming that unit.
Right.
You know, it's a negative game experience potentially.
Yeah.
And again, it really depends on your opponents and how you're building and playing it. I think the best solution for this one is to actually re-release the terminals, but then you're asking people to spend another $25 for a product that they've already purchased, and now half, you know, the first purchase of that is, you know, throw it away, recycle it, because it's obsolete.
Or you could release them as a PDF, and you could use spray glue and spray it over the terminal and poke hole. That's what I would do.
If they released it as a printable PDF option, and then
you could just, if it was scaled correctly, you could just print it. And,
which they've done with, I think all the other terminals are available for print. So for me, I wouldn't be opposed to seeing them re-release it.
Yeah, that's such a bummer too, because I know that people were excited about those models, and then when it came out, there was immediate complaining about, and we were like, well, let's see how it plays in the rules, and then you look at it, you're like, it's pretty bad.
They're definitely over the top. They're such cool models, and they do fit a cool spot in Adeptus Titanicus, where they're they're Titans Light, they're Knights Plus or Titans Light, depending on how you look at it. Either way,
they're big too.
Same, and they're quite large models, and they're gorgeous. They're really.
I think that line of models, like, there's not a miss in it. There's not a miss in it. Like, every model is exactly what it was represented to be, and it is those models scaled down, and they look fantastic. The detail level on them is insane. Insane.
I completely agree. Yeah, it's fantastic. It's a great hobby project. It's a great game. You know, it's just it's a win. So it's too bad that particular unit, the rules wise, I think is a miss.
Yeah. Okay. What would you in 2020 like to see Games Workshop change about itself? Is there something specific? Is there a line of product you'd want to see changed? What direction would you like to see them go? You don't think they're going?
I mean, my request for that, I don't think is a realistic one, but the one that's like, I would really like to see them bring back the bit sales.
Oh yeah.
When they were doing metal models, it was easy because they just cast a handful. But now that everything's part of full plastic kits, it's really hard to get certain bits. But as I've gotten more into Necromunda and like looking into Inquisitor 28, things like that, like I really find myself wanting to do these cool conversion projects. And for example, there's constantly, I find need that I want Adeptus Mechanicus bits. But I need to get a full kit or try to find stuff on eBay, but the certain pieces that I want aren't available. Yeah. And if they are available, they're going for way more money than they should be. Yeah. So like for me, I've just been really enjoying getting back into the deeply kind of converting, customizing side of modeling in the hobby. So I would love more access to all these cool parts that are out there. But from a business standpoint, I don't see that happening.
I could see where they could do certain things. Like, I would love for them to release weapon packs or something along those lines, because, it is, for example, I think it's the Chaos Space Marine Terminators, the aspiring champion or whatever he's called at that level can take a power sword. There is no power sword in the kit. And it's like, how did you miss this? And so now where do I get a power sword? And, I posed that question in the group, and people were saying, well, you could take the power sword from the old kit. And I'm like, yeah, you can. And I could. Yeah. But why is it missing? Like, that's not cool.
There's actually multiple examples of that happening now with the Intercessor Marines, for example. Right. Sergeants can take Power Fists and Thunder Hammers.
Where are those?
But those pieces don't exist. And they do in the small Marine scale, but there's nothing Primaris in that scale unless you're cutting off one of the like special edition lieutenants or something like that. Right. Yeah.
So I think like I would love to see, in this I hadn't thought about until you brought up the bits thing, but I would love to see like weapon packs, and they could do it. Space Marine weapon packs, Chaos Space Marine weapon packs, IG weapon packs, that kind of thing.
For sure.
I think, And you just, it'd probably be a little on the pricey side, but probably not as pricey as individually trying to buy those things off of eBay, which is just insane.
And the stuff that I more specifically than weapons was kind of focusing on are like the mechndrites and things like that. Just the little like Blanchjitsu things that makes 40K so 40K that I don't want to spend $40 on a kit.
That's
to, like,
a tough
get that
one to put in.
Part. Yeah. So again, realistically, I don't expect them to take that direction. But
But you never know what solution they could come up with, something along those lines.
Yeah. If because their current model, no pun intended, is like these kind of really single pose, super detailed dynamic models, it's harder and harder to do kind of on the fly conversion work.
For sure.
You really have to do more cutting, more grain stuffing, more sculpting, things like that.
Yeah, which I do not know how to do. Like I do not know. Like Justin can. Like Justin's super good at the sculpting stuff, but I wouldn't even know.
Well, we haven't had to for so long because we had all the old multi-part kits that you can kind of you could cut and do a hand swap pretty easily or a head swap, or there was really easy ways to do it.
There are methods where you could like I've taken certain weapons that don't belong with other things and either swap the hand or you're swapping an arm, but maybe the arm doesn't fit, but you can shave a section, but it's okay because it's hidden by the shoulder pad or that kind of stuff. You can get away with a lot.
For sure. Yep.
But for drastic conversions,
So I've been playing since 2nd edition 40K, 5th edition fantasy, and like when I got into the hobby, it was all metal models. So
metal and plastic for the little.
Or the hybrid kits were the worst. Like, hands down. Oh, I mean, the first Predator I ever built was one of those hybrid kits, and
mine was the Land Raider with the storm bolters on the side, and those were bad enough.
Yeah.
But then it was the multi-melta on top that you could never get. I don't know how anybody got that to stick together.
Even just the plastic one, the all plastic multi-melta on the pintle is always breaking off.
Yeah, but it's still so much better.
Yeah.
Still so much better. Okay. So I mean that's it for questions. I mean other than it sounds like it's been a pretty good year for you so far. We're going to Adapticon.
Yeah, we are.
That
really
should
excited
be
for that.
Yeah, that'll be a lot of fun. So I think the great thing is due to the Patreon thing, basically we're almost all the crew's going to be out there.
Yeah.
Having a good time. So
rolling deep.
Yeah. Anything you're looking forward to personally, like in 2020, plans or objectives for you, or anything you want to add?
Yeah. Let's see. For me, I set up at the beginning of this year with a couple of hobby goals.
Yeah.
Which I didn't really hit.
Did you not hit them because you went a different direction, or did you not hit them because you didn't accomplish, like you were painting quite a bit?
Yeah, mostly different direction. New passions popped up. So at the beginning of the year, my goals were finish the last 5 models of my Sharkadons, which
I went to a San Jose Sharks game last week, and I was explaining to Shell how you call the space sharks the Sharkadons.
Nice. Yep. Patent pending.
That's right.
So I had five Space Marine scouts left to kind of call that army done. But since I have now decided that I want to add Primaris Marines to that army, but I want to do it kind of slowly and thematically and just go super deep in the hobby with that on the painting, like do freehand for all their exile markings, which are kind of tribal looking, tattoo styled Polynesian tattoo markings. So I actually put those scouts on hold so I could work on other things. So that project just kind of evolved and took a different direction.
Right.
One of the other projects that I had on my list was for Age of Sigmar. Like I've got, I think three Kurnoth Hunters and then Ariel. Or
those are for the
Sylvaneth.
The Sylvaneth, right?
Yeah. So I've got just like the final details to put on those models, and then I think it's Ariel, the Everqueen. So
I know who you're talking about. The one on the beetle.
The big beetle one. It's like, so that was a centerpiece model that I wanted to jump on, and I'm still excited to do that project. But I just haven't played much Age of Sigmar this year because I've been enjoying Kill Team and Adeptus
it's so interesting because we got to the end of 7th edition. That's all we were playing for a while was Age of Sigmar. And then 8th launched and we were like, right back to this. Although I got to tell you, I mean, I am itching to play some Age of Sigmar. I've got, the Tzeentch Demons in particular, they have such a cool mechanic that I just totally want to try out, which is, that you roll 9 dice at the beginning of the game, you set them aside, you can pull from those dice. I freaking love mechanics like that. Yeah. I absolutely love it. And so I I am all about playing an Age of Sigmar game.
Yeah,
when we
I would love
chance.
to get a game.
Yeah.
As we talked about, I think a couple of weeks ago, making that happen. But that army has been so close to being finished, but it just hasn't taken priority.
Right.
Mostly because of Adeptus Titanicus, which was also on my list, to finish Adeptus Titanicus. And all of my Titans are ready for oil wash. So I've got the entire army ready to just do those final touches.
Right.
So that's kind of kicked everything else to the curb because I've just been loving that game.
And then Necromunda's coming up.
And then Necromunda, which, I'm working on my Delac gang right now. I'm just about to put the final skin tones on my guys.
Very cool.
And I'm super excited to get that campaign kicking off on next year.
Yeah, I mean, it'll be that, then it'll be Adeptus Titanicus campaign summer,
after
right?
that. Yeah.
So looking forward to that.
Yeah, it's gonna be a good year of gaming and just so much narrative campaign stuff going. And I'm really excited to have games really matter. Like not only do I love a good narrative single kind of game and like stringing together loosely a storyline between that, but taking these campaign systems that are existing and structured from Games Workshop and really just
tearing into them.
Just going deep and seeing where they go. I'm super excited.
All right, man. Well, thank you so much for your time. I super appreciate it, and
absolutely.
I'm looking forward to. It's Christmas. And I was telling Campbell from the 40K Badcast. I was telling him, it's Christmas and I'm excited and all, but honestly, I'm looking forward to real Christmas, which is a definite.
Exactly.
So I'm really, really looking forward to that. So I'm excited you're coming.
Wait. Yeah, me too.
Yeah, I think we're all going to have just an amazing time. So we'll see you then.
Sounds good.
Hey guys, I'm Caleb.
And this is Kat.
And we are CK Studios. We want to invite you and your friends to come paint with us at one of our exciting and fun-filled airbrush and hobby weekenders. Our weekend workshops are 2 days of intense hands-on training, working directly with and learning from some of the top gaming artists in the industry.
Whether you're brand new to miniature painting or an experienced veteran that wants to up your game, CK Studios has the workshop for you. Our workshops cover everything from learning the basics and building confidence in airbrushing, all the way up to creating that centerpiece model for your army or display case.
For more class info and our upcoming schedule, you can find us on Facebook at CK Studios Come Paint With Us, or register directly at ckstudios.bigcartel.com.
If you can't find a class near you, that's okay. Just contact us and we'll bring a workshop to you.
All right, now we're here with Adan. We've had quite a few people on so far, and a couple more to go. This is going to be a long episode, so by the time
these are good though. It's fun hearing all the different perspectives.
I hope so. I hope people are enjoying it. So let's launch right into it, Adan. You moved away earlier this year. You are still a big part of the podcast, even though people seem to think you and Justin have been fired. So this year was huge. What were the big wins for GW for 40K, the two of them?
Well, I think for 40K, obviously the first one I have to pick is Sisters. How can I not pick that?
Even though you're not buying the stuff?
Yeah, but I mean, still the updated rules is fantastic. The new models are awesome, and they've previewed the tribute, the Triumph of St. Catherine.
Yeah.
And that model, it's very similar to the idea they did with the Age of Sigmar model, which is kind of like a diorama.
Yeah.
And how it kind of loses powers as it takes wounds.
Yeah. It was interesting when we were playtesting some of that stuff. We were we proxied something. We were like, well, we guess it's about this big. Like we had no picture, no clue what it looked like. We just we weren't too far off. I don't think we were too far off.
No, I think we were pretty close.
Yeah.
Because we knew it was 6 canonesses, so we kind of had a concept of kind of similar what it had to look like. But I think it's a fantastic model.
Yeah, I got to tell you, I'm not looking forward to painting it though, because that's such a time-consuming piece. Like you have to approach it from so many different, you have to paint each thing individually, and
I'm going to try and figure out a way to have each of the canonesses magnetized in.
It's not a bad idea.
Yeah,
it's not a bad idea at all. Okay, so Sisters of Battle, which totally makes sense.
Yeah.
Number 2.
Necromunda, the big box.
Oh,
Necromunda,
the new big box.
Yeah, I mean, I know it's not technically 40K, but it's in the 40K universe.
Yep, that's fine.
And I think as a way to launch their new Zone Mortalis plastics, I think it's a fantastic idea. First of all, as with a lot of their big boxes, it's a really good value. And they have models that you can't get in each of those war bands individually yet.
Yeah.
So there's a lot, kind of going for it for people who are into Necromunda and or into Zone Mortalis. And so I think that was a big win. I think it's going to have legs, as they say, in retail. So I think it's going to go far. And I think it was brilliant the way that they've had, Owen Patton and some of the other folks have been on Twitter have been like putting out tips on how it interacts with the Mechanicus terrain and how the sizes are the same and how they kind of connect. And they did a Boxcast episode where they talked about it as well. I think it's a fantastic release.
Yeah, I mean, it is a fantastic release. It's kind of a double-edged sword, though, right? Sure. In my mind, in the sense that if you're already into Necromunda, like a lot of people said, is it worth buying this to me? Maybe not. I personally did not buy it.
Right.
I own a ton of Zone Mortalis terrain from Forge World, so there's no point there.
Target for this.
Right. But even so, okay, so let's talk about what is the target. What is the target? Is the target a brand new Necromunda player?
Well, I think it could be two things. I think it could be a Necromunda player who wants to add a warband or two.
I would agree there.
I'm sorry, a gang or two.
Yeah, I would agree there.
I would say that anyone who's interested in Zone Mortalis or improving their Necromunda terrain setup, it's absolutely for those folks. Now, the downside is there have been so many third-party terrain makers that have done Zone Mortalis style stuff, like TT Combat and some of the others, that
most of it, by the way, all wood MDF.
Yeah. Oh no, right, absolutely MDF. So maybe there is a little bit of market saturation. I don't know, but I think that the fact that they've been able to kind of tout how it interacts with their other terrain and how it
stacks too. You get multiple levels. Yeah.
I just think that it's fantastic in that regard.
But I think at whatever it is, $300, let's just say, is the starting price. Like that's a steep entry for somebody brand new to Necromunda to jump in. Like no kid is going to be in the store and be like, yes, I'm gonna.
Oh no, I don't think it's not a beginner box.
Yeah, I don't think so.
I think that Necromunda is not a beginner game anyway. It's more aimed toward the more mature.
That's a valid point.
More seasoned player. I don't see Necromunda necessarily as people's jumping off point into the hobby.
That's a valid point. That's a very valid point. I don't think they've positioned it that way, right?
No, not at all. And I think specialist games in general.
Yeah.
They're specialists beyond the core titles.
I think that's a fair point, and one I hadn't really considered before, Adan.
Yeah.
So. Yeah. Okay. All right. So what do you think is the largest win outside of 40K, and probably in your world of Lords and Heroes, it's going to be something in Age of Sigmar, but maybe not. What is your
so this is going to seem kind of like as an odd choice, but what it is really for me is the annuals, the Warcry battles.
That's a good call.
Blackstone Fortress and Kill Team annuals, and that idea of compiling the rules that they put out over the course of a year into a year-end book. We've talked about it many times.
Yeah,
how we see it.
Yeah, and I think the Kill Team annual's full of win.
Oh, absolutely! I was just using it today.
I don't know if the Blackstone Fortress one is good. Like I've got to imagine if it consists primarily of the stuff that was in White Dwarf, it's fantastic to have that all compiled.
And there's several new quests in it.
Yeah, I don't doubt that either. Yeah,
I bought it yesterday, and I don't even play Blackstone Fortress, but it's such a cool book, and it has all the updated things.
Interesting.
And I had something I had to exchange anyway at Warhammer. So
yeah. Well, Aaron bought it because he eventually will play that game. And a lot of people already have, but we'll get to it.
Yeah, I think that's my outside of 40K.
Okay, fair enough. Okay, and then what would you say is their largest miss for 40K this year?
Okay, so my opinion is Aeronautica Imperialis.
Oh, really? That's interesting. Yeah, somebody chose that as their favorite, go-to.
I can see. Well, here's the reason I say that. First of all, there's only 2 factions, and so I think that's a problem. And I don't feel like there's been good follow-up. I mean, if you're going to push something out there and say, hey, this is awesome, then let's do some follow-up with either some new missions or some new smaller pieces or something that you can use for it.
Well, they did.
Which we haven't seen.
Yeah, they did.
So
They've added some different fighters, some bombers for the orcs, and now they're introducing like the little grot bomber guys, and they had the campaign book that came out for it.
Yeah, it just to me doesn't feel like there's not enough there, and I would have liked to have seen at least one more faction, if not two.
Yeah.
When you're starting out a new game, it's nice to be able to kind of address a larger base.
So it hasn't been engaging enough to pull you into it yet.
No.
Okay.
I mean, I bought the initial release and I bought the campaign book, but it just is like, wow, I really would have liked to see more energy behind it.
Yeah.
And so maybe it's just a matter of them just biting off too much.
No, I think that's fair. Okay. All right. Good call. And then for you, outside of, what would you say is a single thing you want Games Workshop to release for Warhammer 40,000 in 2020?
So, other than the obvious answer of the app,
yeah.
Other than that, probably what I'd love to see is kind of an omnibus Inquisition book instead of just the one-off thing in White Dwarf. Similar to what they had, the Demon Hunters, Witch Hunters kind of thing before. I'd like to see a larger kind of omnibus thing that kind of allows you to kind of bring in either Grey Knights or Death Watch or Sisters without there being as much penalty as there would be normally for allies. So that's kind of my wish list thing.
Okay. Fair enough. And last but not least, what's the single thing you want to see GW change about itself or a product line in 2020?
Well, we don't normally allow people to complain about prices, but I think the electronic book rate price for the electronic version of the books, I think, is a little off-putting.
Yeah.
And I would love to see them drop that a little bit, even if it has to be a bit of a loss leader.
Yeah.
I understand there's development involved, and I understand that there's work involved with keeping it up. But I just think that, I think more people, even like me, would buy both more often if it was less onerous to buy the electronic version.
Yeah.
But if we're not going to complain about prices, I would say have a little bit better kind of rhyme and reason about what's on direct order and what's not. There's things that are direct order only, and you're like, why is that direct order only? It seems like a core piece of the army. And if I go to, even when I go to the Warhammer store, it's stuff that he has to order it in. It's like, well,
yeah,
really?
Yeah. That doesn't
so
seem.
I wish it was a little bit more rhyme or reason with that kind of thing, or even if there's an explanation for why these things are direct.
Right.
I don't know.
Yeah, it does seem like it's kind of scattershot across things. Like, for example, I think one of the things that became direct order recently was the Space Wolf Flyer, right? And I'm like, really, and it was interesting because I was talking to one of the guys at the Warhammer store, the manager of the Warhammer store locally about it, and he was having to send back, what one he had in there. I think he'd sold just sold the last one before he was going to have to send it back. And, he said, well, it does take up a lot of shelf space and blah, blah, blah. Yeah. And I'm like, yeah, okay, I get it. But I mean, what an odd choice to make a thing that's direct only,
Yeah. The Dark Angel skimmers are I think, a direct only order too. And I get it. There's a ton of SKUs that they have to stock, and
that is true.
Take space.
I've never run a retail company, right? So I don't really know the difficulties of managing all the SKUs, but I've heard it's difficult. I don't know.
Well, I mean, for instance, the local Warhammer store doesn't have any Blood Bowl on the shelf.
Right.
They just don't have space for it.
Right.
And same with Lord of the Rings.
I wonder if those guys have the option to not include things, right? To say, hey, look, this is not popular in this area. Don't send me this product. Send me this other product. I don't know that they have that level of control over the product they get.
I think they have a little,
okay.
But yeah, I mean, it's surprising to me that the core store doesn't have any Lord of the Rings.
Yeah,
or
for sure.
In store, I thought that was kind of odd.
For sure.
But
yeah.
Anyway, so those are my thoughts on changing things.
Well, I think that's interesting. What do you think for you in 2020? Like, what's kind of your objectives here? You've been running the Lords and Heroes podcast, which started out as a joke, but has transitioned to actually something. I remember telling Jeff, I was like, I'll be shocked if they get 5 episodes out. Now you've gone pretty good. So
yeah, we got 15 episodes.
Yeah.
And it's interesting. I mean, I think we're going to be doing the hashtag NYNA, New Year, New Army. Justin and I have talked about, doing that. I already have my new army set to go for that for the New Year, New Army. So we're going to be running that hashtag NYNA on our Facebook page. But that's going to be interesting to kind of keep that going. It's a very different vibe, obviously, than what you're doing. And I mean, you're the big dog in town. We're just one of the little yappy dogs on the side trying to get scraps.
As long as you're having fun with it, that's all that matters, right? I mean, as soon as this ceases to be fun, I've told you, as soon as this stops being fun, I'm done, but I like doing it. It's fun, so I keep going.
And we drink while we record, so that makes it fun too. So.
Sure. If you need that.
I mean, Justin drinks when he records all the time. So
this is true.
Walks and grabs a beer. No, but I mean, I think it's interesting also from the 40K side. I feel like, I have pretty much the stuff I need for my armies. When I go to the Warhammer store, I go, I need one of those. I need 3 of those.
Yeah. A lot of us, I think, are in that same situation at this point.
Yeah. So I think it's a matter of, I need to knuckle down and kind of really work on the hobby piece of it and just make sure I dedicate, as it's not something that gives me great joy. So I have to actually work at it.
Yeah. I think for me, I agree. I'm kind of in the same spot. Like eventually when I move to doing more of these Minotaurs, I'm going to, introduce a bunch of Primaris Marines to them. So I've done a few, but I haven't gone whole hog and bought the vehicles and this, that, and the other thing. And I'm kind of well, I'm not really playing those. So I'm finally in a place where I just feel like, if I'm not going to get to it, I'm not going to buy it.
Right. No, absolutely. And I'm definitely at that point now. It's hey, I don't need to jump out and get something. Eventually when I need it, I didn't buy the 41st Millennium El Camino yet. No. I know I'll get it eventually, but I don't have it yet.
So I'm and as far as for me, I mean, I've been playing the Thousand Sons and the Zeech Demons, and they're scratching the itch I need scratched at the moment. And then the Black Legion stuff, I own everything I need for Black Legion. It's just a matter of painting things up to the playable level at this moment, and that's what I'm working on.
Right.
So I feel like I'm in a good spot where I'm, working on what I have. Of course they could add a new thing. They just added the new Chaos Space, Marine Sorcerer, and I was well, I gotta buy that, because that guy's really cool, and he's
really cool, yeah,
and he's gonna go in. He fits into what I'm doing, but I suppose they could release here's a new wave of Chaos Space Marine stuff, and you're okay, well now I'm gonna have to look at investing in that. But for the time being, I'm not racing out. I'm not. I mean, I guess I'm kind of on the New Year, New Army thing in the sense that I have Sisters of Battle waiting in the wings when the new stuff comes out. I've always said if they do it in plastic, I'm going to buy it. And so I am.
Right.
But beyond that, I'm actually looking at some armies and thinking about selling them. So, we'll see. We'll see what happens.
Yeah. I mean, that's the other thing is I got to cut back on a lot of stuff. And so, that's been an ongoing thing for me, as you know. So that's not really a new thing for the new decade thing.
All right. Well, listen, if people want to catch Lords and Heroes, they can find it on iTunes.
Sure.
You guys have a Facebook group, so they can find it there. Where else? Anything else they need to know about it?
No, just that they need to keep doing their great work on the Independent Characters Community Facebook page. We're loving everybody's
still
efforts
going
there
strong.
And their positive attitudes, and it's really fun managing that.
Yeah, it's over 5,000 people or something. I don't really look at the numbers too often. I mostly just look at the great paint jobs in it.
Yeah.
The guy just posted.
I cry over those.
Somebody just posted a bunch of Black Legion stuff they were working on. And they did this great teal color and everything on it. And I was looking at that and I'm like, oh, damn it.
Yeah.
That looks really good.
I just ran into Brad Thompson's one of our listeners. He was dropped into town and he came by and said hi at the store. And he just, for every one of his Chaos armies, he has a Fallen that he does.
Yeah.
And he put it on the Facebook page. He converted up this Fallen guy with these 2 horns that he has put into his new Black Legion army. And so, and he told me to give you a bad time about Sharpies.
There's nothing. Why would you give me a bad time about it?
I don't know.
I still don't understand why people think there's something wrong with that.
I don't either, but they,
hey, whatever makes you happy.
Brad, I mentioned it.
Yeah, okay. All right, mentioned, I guess.
Yes, yeah.
I still stand by that they are a valid tool in the toolbox.
Oh, I agree.
And if people don't like them, don't use them. I'm not. Nobody's twisting your arm.
between the scale 75 gold and that, you're all good.
Scale 75 gold is really, really good though. So it was Aditya Mahal. I'm going to butcher your name, sir. I'm so sorry. Mahalingam Dingra, who has posted this frigging incredible. I want to say dreadnought, but it's not a dreadnought. The walker that Chaos has.
Oh yeah, the Hellbrute.
No. The other one. I'm making an idiot out of myself with the big cannon in the middle and. Anyway.
Oh yeah, the Defiler.
Defiler, thank God. Thank God somebody knows something around here. Yeah, he's done a beautiful job on this Defiler, and it's just really, really well done. And I saw that and I was like, oh man. But he did something on the vents that is really cool. Like it's kind of a red to orange glow effect. And I saw that I saw Jody had done that on his Warcry band. For their shields and stuff. And I was like, oh, that's an interesting thing. So I think I'm actually going to adopt that. I've seen it now here in this context as well. I think that's a pretty nice looking thing. So cool. Anyway, Adan, anything you want to add before we kind of jump on to the next guest?
No, looking forward to seeing you in a couple of weeks at the class. And it's always fun to come back and hang out and record. And
it'll be fun.
Look forward to doing it in the coming year.
It'll be fun. I have no idea what we're doing for episode 200 yet, but I'm sure we'll have your input there somewhere. So
awesome.
All right, buddy. Thank you so much.
All right, take care.
All right, so I'm sitting here with AJ, Austin IPA. He has multiple names, multiple aliases.
It's evolved
over
2019.
It has. I think I'm much more comfortable calling you AJ now. Like I've gotten used to that.
Cool.
Since that's what you go by.
That's what my wife calls me.
That's
my
what your
parents
friends call you.
Yeah, friends.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
Okay, so you joined our group. Wow, is it almost a year ago or over a year ago? It was last year that we met at Adepticon.
It was 2018 Adepticon.
Okay, so this is actually the first Adepticon we're going back to.
Yeah, sophomore year.
Cool.
As friends.
Cool.
Okay,
and you fit in with the group as I knew you would when you were out there really, really well. I think everybody's really enjoyed having you as a part of the group. Even Doug, who's come back, you guys realize you have a...
We got some similar histories.
You got some history.
Yeah.
So, I want to get your input on the questions that I'm hitting everybody with. So let's talk about, what do you think are the two biggest wins released by Games Workshop for 40K in 2019?
Okay. Specifically, I think I would say updated models ranges.
Okay.
So this, I want to include both the Chaos range from... I believe that was March, April.
Yeah.
With the Adan, however you pronounce it.
Yep.
And then most recently with the Sisters release,
Yeah.
I think they just really knocked it out of the park with updating those.
Okay.
And I think number two for
some people felt the Sisters change didn't go far enough, or that as well as the Chaos Terminators. Like they didn't feel that the Chaos Terminators evolved far enough. I personally think they're fantastic.
Yeah, I'm not sure I'm part of that camp.
Okay.
Maybe I'm just not diving into the detail that much, or maybe I'm just that easy to please, but
there's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, no, I thought they did a great job. And, part of that, I'm really looking forward to seeing what they do with some of the other ranges that are out of date as well.
Yeah. We started to see some Eldar.
Yeah, with Psychic Awakening.
Yeah.
I think we're going to probably see more of that going into 2020. The other thing
For sure.
That I really liked was how Games Workshop handled the update to the Space Marines Codex.
Oh, really?
Specifically...
Is that any bias there?
There could be, but believe it or not, I kind of tabled the Ultramarines right before that release.
Yeah.
And started playing more with the Custodes at that point. But I do like the fact that they released the supplementals.
Yeah.
And I think that kind of opens that army up deeper.
Yeah.
It adds a level of complexity, but you can customize a little bit more.
Yeah.
And what I'm really hoping that they do is they kind of follow that same pattern with the heretics or chaos legions.
Me too.
I mean, you could even dive into some of the Xenos.
I think the Space Marine approach. I know for a fact it was their intention that they re-release the Space Marine Codex. They evolve it a little bit, but then they give you these options so that they could delve into, as you just said, each faction a little bit more without making the book, grossly ginormous.
Right.
And I think they've succeeded to a large degree, and I think it offers also like now they could just say, you know what, we haven't covered Red Scorpions. We're going to do Red Scorpions. And they're not having to deliver a whole codex. It's just a supplemental to the thing. And I think it offers them some flexibility, especially as they are going to start going to 9th edition. I'm sure of it.
Yeah. And I hope, excuse me, I hope moving into 2020, I think there has been a lot of rumors of 9th edition coming out. It's been a few years since 8th dropped.
They're hinting at a big announcement at Adepticon. So and that would follow. Somebody else brought this to my attention. Yeah. They were like, "I'll bet you that's what it is," and I was like, "I bet you're right."
And I could be wrong on this, but was it?
And to be clear, like I have no inside information on that.
Right.
Like I'm out of the playtesting business, and I have been for some while. The Space Marine Codex stuff, and then the Psychic Awakening, like all the Psychic Awakening stuff, was the last kind of thing I touched. So,
okay.
So I don't know if that's true, but I will bet they announced that at Adepticon.
Yeah, and I think how they announced 8th edition, I could be wrong on this. Was it Adepticon, or was it something at Warhammer World that they do in May?
No, I think it was Adepticon, I think. Yeah.
So with that being said, if they're moving towards 9th edition, personally, I hope they don't change a whole lot. I hope
here's what I can guarantee you: the codex that just came out for the Space Marines will work with 9th edition.
Oh yeah, totally.
Like they would not have gone that route and then suddenly have to redo it. They won't do that. Actually, I know for a fact. So I would highly anticipate that. Like you, I think we may see maybe the Chaos Codex and get kind of revamp, which would be weird because like they already did like the second Chaos Codex, which just kind of added the units they had accumulated into it. But I think we could probably guesstimate we will see something like that.
Yeah, I hope so.
Being predictive.
Yeah, I think just the idea of having supplemental world eaters, Emperor's Children, just sounds really...
people are clamoring for it.
Yeah, oh, totally.
But the other thing it allows them to do is not have a huge investment up front in that. Like they produce a book, maybe a model, and they see how it goes, and then they go from there and see how it sells.
Add to the range.
Because the more niche you get an army or something, the fewer people are going to buy it. It's that's just how it works. And so I think that allows them the flexibility they need. So anyway, okay. So what would you say was the single largest win for Games Workshop outside of 40K? So this could be Age of Sigmar, board games, anything, even the company itself.
I think I want to give a shout out to Josh and say Specialist Games.
Okay.
I think they're killing it in that area.
Yeah.
And I think people are getting more and more interested. I know our group is playing Titanicus when we can. And we are prepping Necromunda campaign for 2020.
I think it was one of the whole reasons the Necromunda, like this is what I told Josh, because Doug had been talking about running the Necromunda campaign. And he's like, yeah, but you guys are going to do this Adeptus Titanicus game. There's fewer of us doing Adeptus Titanicus at the moment. Not that there's not interest. It's just there's a significant more, I think, investment in it to get your what do they call it? The
gangs?
In Adeptus Titanicus.
The Legios.
Or whatever. Yeah. To build up an army that you're going to use for that takes a little bit longer. I think it takes a little more time.
A little bit more commitment than just putting together 5 to 10
gangers.
Yeah, right.
So
you can
I
get
think
that
we can all jump into that pretty quick while people catch up on the AT stuff. So
yeah,
but it's going to happen. I think it's just going to happen in closer to summer.
Yeah. So with that being said, I think like Dark Uprising is a very good indicator of you see the Zone Mortalis expansion stuff coming out that's in plastic. They're doing a second edition of the newish Necromunda, updated rules. You're seeing Forge World support. And you just see a lot of communities out there playing it and talking about it, which is really cool.
Did you buy the Dark Uprising set?
I did.
Oh, you did? Okay.
I did.
I did not. I have original set, but then I have like the hardback books I bought.
Yeah.
And I own Forge World Zone Mortalis table, so I'm kind of like, but I think that box came under quite a bit of criticism from the fact that it's very expensive. I mean, it's like $300 or something like that, right? Okay. So that is a steep hurdle to initially get in. I will agree with that. Like a lot of people are like, well, I'm not going to buy it because I already have this stuff. Then you are not the target.
I think that goes with like the idea of specialist games, right? Yeah. I think you've already drank the Kool-Aid before you kind of dive into Necromunda, or I think Titanicus is even probably more so. But so that $290 price tag, it's not just,
it's hefty.
It's very hefty.
Yeah.
But I wish this is radio. I can't show a picture here, but if you see the amount of plastic that's actually within that box, it'll blow your mind.
And I think that's my point. Like I think people who are arguing that price point, your real argument is not the value of that box is not there. I think the value of that box is there. Absolutely. I think more so than, it's fantastic value for what you get. I think the issue is for somebody who wants to just now jump into Necromunda, like that's an expensive way to start it. Like that takes a huge leap of faith to drop $300 right from the get-go and jump in. And this is the whole point of like Kill Team and all that.
Right.
So I would actually say if you're Necromunda curious, just buy a game.
That's it. Like the entry
super
point's
cheap to
pretty
get
cheap,
in. Yeah.
Right? I think probably the most expensive piece of that is, does your gaming group have interest in playing?
Absolutely.
And if you do, I mean, you could split the $300 set and
figure it out how you wanted to split it. Like Aaron gave me the Corpse Grinder guys.
Yeah.
Because I was totally interested in those, but not really in the rest of it.
I have another Corpse Grinder if you need some more.
I actually, before I realized that Aaron had given me 3 sprues, I thought he only gave me 2. So I bought another sprue on eBay, and then I saw the third sprue. I'm like, oh no. And I got already bought it.
Did Aaron buy 3?
He bought the set. Does it not come with 3? I don't know where he got the third.
I have
See, there's really so much in there.
Oh, so much.
You're for the Enforcers anyway, aren't you?
I'm actually going Van Sars.
Okay.
In the reason I've changed my gang 4 or 5 times so far, but I think based on kind of what our group is talking about playing total, I don't think anybody has said Van Sars, so I kind of want to be my own special snowflake.
There you go. Yeah, I think trust me, you're talking to the right guy.
And then somebody makes this comment like, "Oh, your net listing." I'm like, "What?"
Well, Ed has been painting up my my Goliath, and so I was like, I'm just going to play Goliath, and then now I'll see. I'm still working on Black Legion, so I'd kind of like to stay focused on the Black Legion, though I assembled the Corpse Grinder guys. I need to stay focused.
That's my thing is with hobby, people bounce around quite a bit. For me, my brain, I have to kind of like finish a project before I turn on to a next project.
Okay. So what would you say was the single largest miss by Games Workshop for 40K this year?
This is the question that I struggled with.
And this is completely opinion based. So I mean, it's, like one person's poison is another person's, treat. So I struggled with this one too.
When you kind of prepped me with the questions, this was the one that I've had a few days to really struggle coming up with an answer. Well, I think 2019, we probably said this in 2018, said it in 2017. Mm-hmm. I'm personally pretty pleased with where the company is at, how they're reacting to the community, how they're taking themselves as a company and as part of the larger community.
I think the biggest shift we've seen as a company is they went from, under their previous leadership, a company which really has an old style mentality of don't tell us what you want, we'll tell you what you want.
Yeah.
To now they're very much tell us what you want, we'll figure out how to
see how that fits. Right?
Yeah.
I don't know. What about you, Carl?
to me, nice deflection. To me, it is their lack of investing in some kind of online app to correlate all of the materials. Having played some 5th Ed D&D, really pleased with the way D&D Beyond works. I would like to see them pursue something like that. And I'd be happy to rebuy stuff through that at a cheaper rate to then have access to it. Or I would just buy it through there to have access to it and use it in that way.
And you're talking collection of the rules or
primarily rules and facts. Like I think the facts should roll into that.
I think that's a great idea. I really struggle with keeping up with the things that they edit, updates.
Every time I go to, like, when you and I were going to go play recently, like I downloaded the FAQ, I read through, I'm like, did I miss anything? I checked, I checked like 3 or 4 places, and I'm like, it shouldn't be like that. And I get it.
No, I think you beat me honestly.
What's that?
I said I think you beat me honestly.
You just didn't have enough for units for board control. That's all.
That was a really fun game, but it's a matter of there is a lot of information out there. It's just where you need to find it. And it could be a function of me being kind of really busy in life, and you are overloaded with a lot of information and releases and new things coming out by Games Workshop. I don't think that's necessarily a problem, but sometimes I think I do get lost in some of that information.
Real first world problems here.
Yeah, big time.
It totally is. But that being said, I think if they were to go that route of like the D&D Beyond kind of model, I think that would solve a lot of issues. Issues for them.
And then it just updates, and you can pay, a small
and they're continuing
subscription
to collect that money, So anyway, okay. So and then what's the one single thing you want GW to release for Warhammer 40K in 2020? And this could be totally self-serving. It's totally fine. This is in your opinion.
I think we kind of touched on it. We're anticipating 9th edition.
Yeah.
This year, next. I don't want much change because I like where 8th edition is. I'm kind of looking forward to bringing those rules back under one book. And then kind of touching on what I said about chaos, I'd like to see kind of those supplementals dive a little deeper into each chapter, like they did with the Space Marines or each Legion and things like that.
It doesn't need to be Legion specific, right? Like, I mean, you have like the Red Corsairs. They're not a Legion. They're just a faction. I would love to see them explore.
Yeah.
And to be honest, they could ultimately, and here you talk about the cumbersome, piece of books again, but they could do this for almost everything. Astra Militarum. Oh, well, here's the, guys from Tanith, or here's the,
Catachans.
Catachans. And, I mean, there's the what are they called? The Iron Guard, or I think that's what they're called. I don't remember. Anyway, my buddy Kentaro plays them. I can't remember what the Iron something. Anyway, Steel Legion. Steel Legion. Yep. That's what they're called. 1 medal is as good as this.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. And then if there's one single thing that you want Games Workshop to change about itself or a product line in 2020, what would that be?
I don't remember who mentioned this either on the past episode or the episode before, but dropper bottles for paint.
Yeah.
I cannot stand...
I think that was the last episode.
Cannot stand the Citadel jar.
Yeah.
Keep it for washes. I'm fine with that, but dropper bottles.
Fair enough.
I know. And to somebody's point on the show was, that's a huge undertaking to.
That was me to revamp everything.
To revamp something like that.
Everything. So. I mean, you got to revamp like every store display.
Oh yeah.
It's a big investment, but I think it's an investment that people would honestly, people would buy more GW paint.
Yeah. And it's easier to use for an airbrush. You won't see as many pictures of people spilling it all over their gaming table.
Please, if anything, do it so that you can help our Facebook groups.
Yeah,
because we don't need any.
Kind of sanitize the pictures that are out there. Another thing, I see this book, Sabat World's Crusade, on your desk. I would love more of that.
Yeah,
I am really thrilled with that release.
I want Aaron Dembski-Bowden to do one on the Black Crusades.
Oh.
Could you imagine? Could you imagine how amazing that book would be?
Just the illustrations.
I'm going to go suggest it to him.
Yeah, please do.
It'll be like, thanks, more to write, Carl.
Yeah, exactly. And I think they did some of those books years ago. This was before.
I have the original one, and then I have the new one.
Yeah, so it would be cool to kind of see some of the older big campaigns dive into detail like that.
For sure. I should show you the map because I got the leather map thing.
I'm
which
curious.
At first, it was sold out. And so I was like, oh, good. That's all I need is more junk sitting around.
Yeah.
And then I was like, oh, it's available on the Black Libraries. I guess I ordered it.
Cool.
Cool. I guess I've ordered it. I'm a sucker for this stuff.
Oh, I know.
I'm the worst. Okay. Any final thoughts on you for about 2019 and your gaming over the year? I mean, how is the game for the year? The new group, how has your gaming life been over the last year?
I am very content. I started 2019 with some hobby New Year's resolutions. I've got a new gaming group. I had just taken the CK 101 class at the end of December last year. And I wanted to kind of make a commitment to myself that was try to get 2 games a month, every 2 weeks. And also start being more consistent at the hobby table or just consistent
I think
in
you've
general.
achieved that for sure.
Yeah. Yeah. And I think that's probably been the most fulfilling thing is saying like, I want to average an hour a night, and I've been able to get a lot painted consistently and learn a lot over the years, keep kind of challenging myself. So I think 2019 has been a good growing period for a hobby.
Yeah.
And then also just consistent games too. I think, I'm definitely not a competitive player, but I think I'm getting better at the game.
Oh, for sure.
And I think that also in turn makes the game more enjoyable for my opponent too, is when I'm not like, what's that rule again?
Oh, sure.
And not taking it too seriously, just having fun.
When I met you and Ian last March, Ian seemed very new to the hobby. I assumed you guys had kind of joined at the same time. Is that not true?
Yeah, I think pretty close.
So in less than a year, you've really accelerated where you were to where you are now.
I would say so.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Why? Do you think that's part of the environment you're in?
I think so. For the hobby standpoint.
Yeah.
Okay. So
because we're all painted players, blah blah blah.
I got to give massive props to CK.
Yeah.
And that 101 class will level you up as a painter
super quick.
But when you put yourself in an environment where everybody else has painted armies, and everybody around you is very, very talented at painting.
More so than me.
More so than me. It also kind of challenges you in a good way.
Yeah.
Like in just coming over here for a game day, and you bring your army, and you got Jody, you got Justin sitting there. Oh,
Brian.
Yeah, Brian's another one. Yeah. I mean, look at the Zone Mortalis stuff he's doing. It's great. Kind of giving you those just like free tips, basically.
Yeah.
And, that helps along the way too. And, the gaming group has been incredibly welcoming.
Yeah.
Matt's a new player too. I mean, it's, I
think it's interesting because a lot of times when people talk about, I only play with painted and blah, it sounds elitist. It sounds gatekeepy kind of, but I feel like our group is super supportive. Like if somebody shows up and they're like, oh, my stuff's not completely painted, I do not have a problem with that. Like if you're continuing to work towards something, like I would ultimately love to be playing fully painted games, and that's what we do.
But at some point, you're not going to have a fully painted army.
No. I mean, I may be adding this new unit, and I really want to see or I'm testing something out to see, do I really want to invest the time in painting all these Thousand Suns guys if they're not going to do what I think they're going to do? And then, okay, yeah, they're pretty good. Maybe I'll now spend time working on them.
Right.
I think that's completely legitimate.
So when I first moved out, you had a game day for Colin before he moved.
That's right.
And that was like the first time I came out and met the group. And I remember I sent you a message saying, okay, well, what's the
standard?
What's the standard? Because you never know. And
right.
I think you gave me that same response of like, look,
just bring what you got.
Bring what you got. And what we do, we've all been there. And, as long as we see progress, a little bit here and there, it's good.
It's interesting. I mean, I was giving some thought to this the other night. Not that we want to keep going on, but I was giving some thought to this the other night about our gaming group and how we play right now. In the past, somebody online, whether it was Reddit or somewhere else, accused this show of being like rich guys 40K, right? like
well, they don't know me well.
Like, they're always talking about what they've bought and this, that, and the other thing. And I would say, most of us are Silicon Valley professionals, right? We have a certain amount of cash we can throw at this kind of thing. This is our chief hobby.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have 20 hobbies.
No, me
one
either.
Or two.
I've in a sports car.
I don't play golf.
I don't play golf. I don't go diving as much as we've talked. My wife and I've talked about getting certified and all that. We do go to Maui, but I mean, those are like family things. But you budget and you plan for it. And this is not a defense of that, but my point is, I think we sit in a really good space where we're playing. When I was playing a game against Justin and we were playing the Cities of Death stuff, he was complaining about the craters and how the guys wouldn't stand still in the craters. And I'm like, Justin, I go, look at this table. There's like $3,000 worth of terrain on this table. Most people do not play like this. I'm all, who cares if your guy falls off the crater? Right. Like, seriously, look how cool it looks. And I think not just what we're playing with, but how the group has evolved. When I first started playing, my stuff was completely unpainted or just primed or whatever and slapped together. And, and as I've progressed, I think the group has matured and aged. And so this is what happens when you have a group that has consistently played together for 9-10 years. And now we've all elevated each other, rising tides lifts all ships and all that.
Totally agree. I remember one of my first games with Ian. This was when we still lived back in Iowa. Yeah. We had played our first game, and I had brought out my wife's Christmas houses and built Lego barricades and things like that.
Look at those trees on that table. Those are Christmas trees.
Exactly. And I have pictures from then, and it is a good reminder that you don't have to get everything right up front, right?
Yeah. Right after this, I'll share some pictures with you of when Jeff and I were playing Apocalypse way back before we did our first Apocalypse coverage, and you'll see, nothing's painted correctly.
And some people enjoy painting more than others, right?
Of course.
I absolutely love painting the most because that's my quiet time during the week, and I can start to process things that are going on in my life, or just release some of that creativity that I don't get to do during my day-to-day stuff. And some people don't. Some people enjoy more of the crunchy gaming or writing narrative and things like that. So enjoy your hobby how you want to. So
well, thanks so much for joining.
Thanks for having me.
We'll talk to you again soon.
All right, see ya.
All right, so we're here with Brian of Splinter Mine podcast during our game day that's going on. So you'll hear some noise in the background. How are you doing, Brian?
I'm doing good.
You got away from home for a bit. So
yes, the leash was extended a little bit. And, I can feel the snap. But
okay. So I know you're tight on time, so I want to kind of just leap into it. We're talking to everybody and getting these questions. So for you, the two largest wins for Games Workshop for 40K this year, 2019.
40K. Okay. Yeah. Can I include?
You get 40K universe.
Yes. Okay,
right.
Good.
So anything within the 40K universe.
Okay. So doing the whole Splinter Mine thing, I do have to say, Plastic Janes are. Yeah. Plastic Draws are models. That's definitely a win. Well,
those came together.
That's one thing.
Okay, fair enough.
The other thing is.
Well, and we're going to see more. Like, we're going to see more plastic aspect warriors. It's seriously just a matter of time now.
I would say my main win for them, and this is just them overall, is that for me, it's really that they've actually supported specialist games as well as they have.
Yeah.
And in the past, I mean, I know like when we were given Kill Team to play test.
Yep.
I didn't even want to look at it because in the past it was always, here's this thing, there's a box.
It was Shadow Warhammer again, right? Which we were excited about, and then we were like, oh.
Right.
It's okay.
But looking at how they're actually able to juggle as much as they're juggling, and so Munda has support.
You have a line of products now.
Yes.
Like, whereas the Shadow War Armageddon was just, here's this set.
Yeah, here's the thing, and you're buying terrain at a discount, and
then the rest of it's up to you.
Oh, and there's a game in there too. Yeah. So it's kind of a Gangs of Camorra type of thing, right?
Yeah.
Versus now, when you look at Blackstone Fortress,
yeah,
that is supported far beyond what I thought.
I'm shocked, actually. This is a really good point, and I am shocked at how much they've supported it.
Yeah.
And again, I mean, this leads me back to the White Dwarf, which is just continuing to support that as well. Every White Dwarf's come out with a mission and new ways to add units to that thing.
Right.
It's shocking how much support that has gotten. I thought that was kind of a one-off, maybe one expansion kind of thing, but it just keeps going.
Yeah, and so for me, that's been the big win.
Yeah.
Is that if you do this year, I was a little bit tight on time for playing and things like that. And so these smaller, different ways to play, or if you get burned out on 40K or those types of things, getting to play these smaller ones and just seeing that there's enough variety and consistent support to keep you actually excited with playing those. And to me,
nice palate cleanser from time to time.
Yeah, to me, that's their biggest win. Because I mean, even years ago when they re-released Blood Bowl, they're consistently putting out a team every quarter, you know, and just you kind of, if you stop paying attention to the game for a while, you look down, you're like, there are like 3 brand new teams. This is fantastic. And
it's amazing what you can do when you don't release any more Imperial armor.
Yeah, and that was going to be, this is at what cost? And it's Forge World just sort of, you know, moldering away in a basement somewhere. So,
well, I think calling it Forge World now is almost a misnomer. I think it's more specialist games than, you know, it still is, but so what would you say is the largest win outside of 40K then, like outside of the 40K universe? There's a bunch of those other games you were just talking about, Blood Bowl, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Jody and Matt are playing Warcry over there.
Yeah, I would say the biggest win outside of it, and you mentioning Jody behind me just kind of gave me an out for coming up with a good one here, is them with sort of outside Games Workshop stuff, so like Blitz Bowl, things like that, is that these products that are able to bring in people to give experienced players a way to play versions of the games they like already,
right?
But also just you need that nice little gateway game that's outside of there, and just, I mean, this hobby needs fresh blood all the time. And
for sure.
So for me, that's the biggest win outside of it, is things like Blitz Bowl, where you actually see this like thriving community for what amounts to a, you know, $40 board game.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So largest miss of Games Workshop for 40K. For 40K. Now you already mentioned the Jane Czar box. That was somebody's miss, that it was, I get this one unit I really want and a bunch of stuff I don't. But what is your take on largest miss of the year for GW 40K related?
So that's the thing, is this is probably like the disadvantage of going last in these series of interviews, is that I'm probably going to repeat something that somebody said. But
you're not last. We got more people to repeat stuff, so you're good.
So I'd like to be the pioneer in the Blood of the Phoenix box was just such a kick in the teeth.
Oh yeah,
because how long have Eldari players waited for a plastic aspect warrior?
Yeah.
Right? And some people complained it's Banshees, whatever. You know, like there are other ones they should have. I don't care. They're beautiful models.
You got to start somewhere.
You start somewhere, right?
Some people are very happy it's Banshees.
Yeah.
Some people would have rather had, you know, the spiders, you know, I mean.
Right. So that and plastic incubi, again, fantastic, great. You get a Phoenix Lord. Well, Drazar is a Phoenix Lord as far as I'm concerned. So you get these 2 great models, but then they're just shoehorned in with what happened.
Right.
You know, it's like they gave a monkey an illegal substance and told him to go into the warehouse and grab 2 things from that shelf and 3 things from that one. And you get, well, I mean, you look at not to kick a dead horse, but it's like you look at the Jakari side, you have a unit of 5 infantry and a character and a transport that holds 5 models.
Yeah. Nothing to write home about that.
And nothing says Incubi Temple like 5 Hellions.
Okay.
Or 5 skirt. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just this random, but so to me, that's one of the big misses, is that you have this model that people have been waiting for. Now, if they turned around and the thing was, you were able to buy Jane Czar
the following month. Yeah.
Yeah. For $40, whatever the deal is, because that's what people like me ended up doing. I'm sure it's going to be a $40 model. I had to go onto eBay.
Yeah.
And I don't get to support my local store by buying the model from them. I have to buy it from somebody that, you know, hey, God bless them doing whatever they're doing, you know, splitting up a box and making money that way. Like, that's cool that people can make a living doing that. But
I don't know that anybody's making a living doing that.
Well, or, you know, side hustle.
But
you know.
A side hustle. I like it.
Well, it is.
This is my side hustle.
It is.
The podcast.
And so to me, that is just coming out with these great models and just shoving them in. And that was one of the boxes. In the past, I have looked at some of these other ones.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I have done some hardcore mental gymnastics to try to justify buying it. But, well, look, I'm saving all this money. That one, I looked at it and I'm like, no, I don't need it.
And you know that the market is going to be, there's going to be a glut in the market of all those things that nobody really wanted. They just wanted that Jane Czar.
Yeah. If you want a $20 box of Scourges,
there you go.
They're hundreds of them on eBay. So.
Yeah, I'll bet. Okay. And then so what would you say for you is the single thing you want to see Games Workshop release for 40K in 2020?
Ooh, release for 40K.
Yeah.
Well, selfishly, I'd always say...
This is your time to be selfish.
Yes. I want Xenos terrain.
Oh, I did not expect you to say that. Okay.
Yes. I know, yeah, because you're looking at that Zone Mortalis table going, you probably don't want any more terrain. But no, I want Xenos terrain. Yeah. I'd love to see, like, with Eldar stuff, we got a little glimpse of it. They did the little warp gate thing, but it's like...
Yeah, the warp gate was cool. And then they did like that alien forest thing, which really felt like...
Yeah.
What are they... Like, I was not impressed with that.
Well, what you do is you just paint it up like a demon world instead.
I guess.
Paint it in Slanesh. Like, I painted mine to match Jody's demon army.
Yeah.
His Slanesh one, because I'm like, hey, it's a Crone world, Yeah. But yeah, Xenos terrain would be my thing.
Okay.
Yeah. Or squats. But now we have to reset
now
the
you've
clock.
reset it.
I know.
Yeah, there you go. And then what would you like to see Games Workshop change about itself or a product line in 2020? And this is a tough one.
Games Workshop?
Yeah, a single thing that they would change about themselves. Like if you could, to steal Robin Crudis's thing, if you had a magic wand and you could change one thing about Games Workshop or a product line, what would you want that to be?
That's actually an easy choice for me.
Oh, everybody else had a hard time with this
question. I'd like them. I don't know where it's at geographically from their headquarters.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's a broom closet in the back or where it's at, but I'd love for them to look. There's this department called Forge World.
Okay.
They make a lot of models. Mm-hmm. This isn't about discontinuing stuff, because I get that. There's a scale where it doesn't work and those molds are hard to keep up. But those things really need to be looked at again. I mean, we had the index rules that felt completely disjointed from the main studio stuff. It's just to go back and look at those, and that would be my one thing.
So specifically is take a look at Forge World and readdress the rules for those Forge World models? Okay.
Yes, because the Band-Aid has fallen off.
Yeah.
The index stuff was just such a patch, was, obviously for everything was a patch carryover thing. And because there are a lot of people that have those.
And it felt like
models.
It felt like they got taken by surprise. Like Forge World themselves got taken by surprise a bit there and scrambled to put something in place. And
because there are a lot of, not to go specific again, but there are just a lot of things that, if you look at like a Drakari Reaper, it's a heavier version of a Ravager, but then it's a heavy weapon versus all Dark Eldar stuff. Heavy weapons turn into assault. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, for sure.
There are things where they just don't quite feel right, and they're beautiful models and people want to use them.
Yeah, I agree. I got a bunch of them.
I know.
I got a bunch of them. I'm crying. Final thoughts for 2019 for you. So where's the Splinter Mine podcast going this year?
Where are we going this year? Boy, that's
any.
We ask ourselves that question
every episode.
But every 2 weeks. But
see, for me, for this show, like I kind of take the end of the year to kind of assess like what have we done, what needs changing, what needs tuning up. Like we've got some ideas around, in particular our hobby progress section. Like we've eliminated the like. What are your promises? This time, and we're turning, because it never really equated anything, but we're turning that into something a little more hardcore. Mm-hmm. That we'll see how that goes. But I kind of take this time to reassess, like, what's going on, and is there improvements I can make, or God help, I'm afraid to make changes sometimes because people get attached to each section of the show.
Right. Yeah, you have more people to complain when you make a change than we have. So, I would say the big thing. So my co-host Alex has been a really good.
Yeah, he's awesome.
He's been a really good influence on me too, from a hobby standpoint. In that Alex is a very sort of like grounded and focused person when it comes to his collection. Versus I'm just something shiny. I want to paint this today. I want to paint that. And it was like between that and kind of an injury that I worked through over the summer, I had this point where I've kind of come to this beautiful point where it's like, I have everything that I need.
Yeah.
So now it's really a matter.
How freaking spoiled are we at this point that we're like, like Jody and Matt went to the Game Castle. Like there's like this discounted thing at their warehouse.
Yeah.
And I was just like, I don't, okay. So you get a discount on a bunch of stuff. I don't really need. Like the last thing I actually want to do is I was cleaning up for the game day was like, why do I have all this stuff?
Yeah.
I need to put things somewhere.
Well, it's just, I don't know, there's like this beautiful place that we've kind of come to with the show. And part of it is our army doesn't get a lot of new releases and that kind of a thing. But you kind of come to this point where sometimes you'll hear people talk about, you know, that they don't want to drink from the Games Workshop fire hose of content.
Sure.
And, you know, with playtesting, like, yeah.
You see it.
You see all of it. You don't get to ignore any of it. But at the same time, you look at it and you're like, you don't have to.
Yeah.
And that's the beautiful part. And like if you play an army and you had, this is the influence that Alex has had, where he really focuses on making sure that your core stuff is ready to go.
Right.
So that you're never caught with, you know, oh my gosh, I really need this unit because my army isn't relevant anymore. And so
because you've been playing that, as we were talking earlier today,
yeah.
when we were playing Zone Mortalis, you know, oh, you're that one trick pony, or you've got that one
right.
thing you like to do.
Right.
And then all of a sudden, oh, I can't do that thing anymore.
Yeah.
But if you're fundamentally, if you have that core, you know, here's my troops, here's this, you're never caught out. Yeah.
And that's kind of what the focus is. And I think that's something that I know that'll end up getting reflected in our show, because our show is all about what we're doing as well, is that instead of sitting there and overthinking, you know, the Tantalus conversion, you know, that I've been going back, it's like, no, just paint it, put it on the table and play it. So I would say there's probably going to be a little more of a focus on playing than sort of like the hobby side like we've been doing.
Okay, that's cool. That's cool. People can find the Splinter Mind podcast on iTunes, everywhere else you get podcasts, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah.
Anything particular you got going with that? You got a Patreon?
We do have a Patreon, yeah. And we did a campaign this year. We learned a lot from doing it, kind of a short thing, and we're going to do another one opening up with Eldari factions versus Chaos. We have a new version of our sort of hobby challenge that we're going to do for our patrons, where we're sort of like really focusing on getting a playable chunk and these types of things.
Yeah. I think narrowing things down like that is a really good point. I talked earlier about, you know, I had this Black Legion army, I had this huge, all the models assembled and sitting out, and I'm like, oh my God, you know, this is so much stuff. And then when I finally, I was just like, I'm going to make this list.
Yeah.
And then I took everything else off the table and just that list. I'm like, oh, okay, this is manageable.
Yeah.
At this point.
Yeah.
So, listen, I commissioned you to do my Zone Mortalis board. We're halfway done, so I have a 4x8 set of Zone Mortalis. So I have 4x4 complete, which is all you really need. I have 4x8 because so we could do 2 4x4 games at a time.
You definitely can do that. So
I got to tell you, it looks amazing. I thank you so much for doing such a great job on it.
I mentioned to you before that it was like one of my bucket list things.
Yeah.
And now that I've done it for you, I don't have to do it for myself.
Yeah.
So I'm very happy about that part, because I don't have the storage for it.
But not in a way that like Colin's like, I'll never paint Thousand Suns for anybody again.
Right. No, like I said, I got done with the 4x4. I put it on the floor, and I was like, oh my God, that's a lot. But then when I went to varnish it, I put it in 2 rows of 8.
Yeah.
And I looked at it in the sunlight, and I'm like, this is pretty sweet. I can do this again. So.
Okay, so this was your first game of Zone Mortalis that you've ever played. What'd you think? Like in just general terms, like what did you think how Zone Mortalis plays? Now we used the Goonhammer rules, which are fantastic and laid out fantastically. I think, you know, there's a couple like house rules I would apply to it, or suggestions I've made to them that I'm hoping they'll update at some point, because it's a great document they've put together. I would say this: it basically had the feel of how Zone Mortalis played in 7th edition.
Yeah, I never played it in 7th, so I didn't have that background, but it did. The rules do play the way that I would picture combat going in tight confines. I think that the thing that we ran into obviously was, okay, these are the 16 that I did.
Yeah.
Here they are, threw them out on the table. Is that you really have to think of the placement of them.
Yeah.
You know, because like for the missions and things like that, like I think our game would have been completely different if we had, you know, limited the options of where my big 60 millimeter base can go. And so I think once you get a few games of that, I think if both people understand that and have it in mind when you go to set the board up.
Yeah. And then you make adjustments to the board. Like
I think it'll just make for awesome games.
Yeah, for sure.
Like when we played it, I was like, if we played this mission again, move this, move that, totally different game. You know, like the way that it plays and everything. And I love the choices that you have to make with restricted corridors and all that stuff. And man,
it's a totally, in my experience, it is a totally different experience than playing a game of Kill Team or a game of 40K. Like
it is.
All of a sudden you're forced with choices that you're like, well, But then where do I go after that? I'm going to have to weave this whole unit around this whole thing. I'm not going to get them into combat for 2 or 3 rounds.
Right.
Can I have them out of combat for 2 or 3 rounds?
Yeah.
Does that matter?
It almost has like a full-size Blood Bowl feel to it.
In a way.
You have, so in Blood Bowl, the thing that I love about it is it isn't just the action that you're taking. You're also having to have these backup plans for in case I run up and roll double or triple skulls or whatever the deal is. And with this, you do, because you have to map out your moves, turns ahead, and really sort of it feels almost more like chess.
Yeah,
but you still have units, so it doesn't feel like Kill Team where it's like a model by model thing.
Right.
And so it's. I'd be interested to play
it
again.
I was going to say, having played it once, are you excited to play it again?
Yeah.
Okay.
No. When I bring the next chunk over, we got to play again. And,
okay.
And like I said, I would love to play around with that, like with the layout of the board itself.
For sure.
And
for sure.
Again, a Xenos version of that
would be awesome. Amazing. I think the cost ramifications. I mean, we were talking about that. Like, I'd love to see like a Tyranid like hive ship, like the inside of a Tyranid hive ship or something like that. Because there was that video game for mobile devices, which was Death. Matt? What's the name of the army you just played today?
Death Watch.
Death Watch.
Yeah.
Death Watch game.
Yeah.
Nice to have him right here. He's like, what? The Death Watch. There's a iPad version that you can play, or it plays on your phone or whatever.
Got it.
And in a couple of those missions, you're inside a Tyranid hive ship fighting and stuff.
Right.
So it's actually pretty cool.
Or like what I was mentioning, like when I read the rules, I just thought the thing that I pictured was the invasion of Adan.
Oh yeah,
right,
for
by
sure.
Tyranids, and just
for sure, that would be incredible.
Yeah,
I don't know how you would make it, but it would be incredible.
But it would look freaking amazing.
So. Well, Brian, thank you so much for your time, and I hope you have the best 2020, and good luck with the show, and thanks for doing the painting, and thanks for being here today, man.
Of course. No, thanks for the game. I really appreciate it.
Of course. All right, we'll talk again soon.
If you're a true follower of chaos, enjoy killing Tau scum, fry devilfish for breakfast, drink the blood of fire warriors, collect the bones of Kroot fodder, desecrate the cockpits of mantas with demonic sigils, sing songs of chaotic praise and joy, when berserkers chain axe overwatching broadsides, helldrake baleflame shield drones into flying discs of spinning fire, and just all around bask in the path to glory, then the Shrine of Chaos podcast is a must-listen for you. I'm Mini Wargamer Dave from MiniWargaming.com, and I invite you to be a champion of chaos. Listen to the Shrine of Chaos podcast wherever podcasts are downloadable. Thank you, independent characters, for allowing this message from the Eye of Terror.
All right, joined this time by three esteemed colleagues.
Very esteemed.
Third esteemed string.
Wow. Almost last string.
Waterboy.
Aaron, Thom, and Steve, thank you so much for joining me today. You can still hear gaming going on in the background. That's Matt and Jody. So, let's kick it off right away, and let's start with Aaron. Aaron, so for you, 2019, you got some 40K gaming in and stuff. For you, what would you say were the 2 largest wins for Games Workshop?
Only in 40K.
Only in 40K.
I think the Psychic Awakening, how it's twisting the armies a little bit, just tweaking them enough that they're becoming very unique. Sorry.
Yes.
It's adding a lot of flavor to them, which I think is a big win.
Okay. Yeah, easily done, right? You just kind of touch on each army as you go across. I think we're off to a good start.
Yeah, absolutely.
As usual, the community's probably complaining about a bit of it, but that's the typical.
always complaints.
People started flipping out in the Thousand Suns group about how terrible the Thousand Suns one was. I'm like, it hasn't released yet. All they've released 2 sentences about it. I'm like, how do you even know?
It's so terrible. Those 2 sentences are horrible.
Well, we're not getting this, and nobody said you were getting that. Why are you?
Right.
I've extrapolated no fun happening.
That's right. Aaron, what else? What's your second one?
Just everything that's been going on, like all the new models that have been coming out.
Okay,
if I had
2. You have 2 things. All the models are not 2 things, Aaron.
That's why I classified them as all.
Okay.
Therefore, it's one thing. No, if I had to pick, I would probably say the Slanesh Demons that they
the box set?
them.
sure, the box set, just all the models that they're new, they're interesting. Yes, the box set.
Okay, all right. We're moving on from Aaron, who's clearly given a lot of forethought to his year in 2019. Thom, how are you doing today, sir?
I'm doing fantastic.
Oh, please do.
Please. I got to watch Aaron and Steve struggle through a kill team game there, but each time we pick this up, it's been a little while, so it's fun to retry and figure out the rules again.
So for you, what would you say were your two?
For me.
For 40K.
For 40K specifically, being one of the guys that's been around for a long time. It's really nice to see.
Really long time.
I know.
How old are you?
I'm kind of ancient when it comes to the Games Workshop hobby, I guess.
Yeah.
But for guys like me, it was great to see some Plastic Sisters. It's great to see.
Yeah, I forgot about the Plastic
some of the old models see the light of day again. And for some of those guys that have been collecting these things and fighting the good fight with these older models for years and years, they were finally rewarded for their struggle there, and it was worth it because they're beautiful.
Oh yeah, they're stunning. I'm very curious to see like the next waves that are coming out. I was told specifically, you think this is good? Like, oh my god!
Each release is like that. Like Aaron said, it's hard to pick and choose your favorite model from the list. And when I went and voted today for my favorite model from 2019,
I saw that. I voted too.
It was hard to choose because there's so many cool models.
What did you pick?
Well, for me, I ended up choosing actually the Lizard Man team for Blood Bowl.
Oh, that's a good one.
And this is interesting for me because I generally don't like the Lizard Man team in Blood Bowl because of their rules, and I think.
But this was model.
And this model though made me just love the team again.
The dude with the tongue like snatching the.
Yeah, the little gecko looking guys or little chameleon looking guys for the skinks. They were just full of tons of character.
Yeah, I really like the old ones too, but the new ones are great. Yeah.
I voted Sisters.
That was my second vote, and that's why I bring it up for 40K though specifically as my.
Okay, a second one for 40K?
Again, bringing back some of the lore of the old days, seeing stuff like the Amble, and the Ambots, and those kind of things. See the light of day again is it just tickles me.
Did you see that in the new White Dwarf and actually in the Kill Team Annual now there's rules for the Amble, and it wanders in and starts fighting everybody and stuff.
I was going to make that comment because I had the opportunity while I was watching Aaron roll lots of ones and Steve gloat. I was looking through that Kill Team 2019 annual book, and I saw that rule, and that's also what reminded me of going back to that lore again. And what specifically I think is great about it is because they are providing that level of support.
Yeah.
Bring it into your other games that we also have. Sure, it was for Blackstone Fortress or
they're doing a lot of cross stuff like that. Aaron and I have talked about that. Yeah.
It's super cool, and it reminds me of the fun
old days.
Yeah.
The old days.
Right, yeah, right.
Which are not so old.
The old world, we'll call it that.
Okay. Oh, no. Steve, how about you?
Up a different
the Legends world.
Right.
Yeah.
All the models, because I'll take that from Aaron.
Oh, jeez.
No, the first one I had was Sisters, of course. I mean, the models, the design.
They're killing it.
They're just, I like the way the old Sisters look, but the new ones are just bonkers good.
Yeah.
I just wish we had the separate codex available.
Yeah. It's coming.
Okay. It's coming.
It's coming.
The second one was I just put expansions down. Sub-codexes.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a Salamanders player, Salamanders sub-codex.
Yeah.
Rogue Trader, kill teams, like all these extra like niche factions.
Yeah.
Just kept the game alive and fresh without major overhauls.
That is true.
I really dug how that happened.
That is true. That's a really, really good point. How they've just kind of, I think, to Aaron's point, the Psychic Awakening piece, just kind of touching on everybody, gives them all a quick refresh. Rumor is 9th edition's probably right around the corner, and so we'll probably see some adjustment there. But I think the fundamentals of the game are not going to change. I think they are not putting out codex. I say I think, but I know they are not putting out codexes that they planned that will then be invalidated. I think you're going to see 9th edition is probably a refresh of some 8th stuff that needed to be touched up, terrain, that kind of stuff, a few other rules. Probably more in the army building is my guess at this point, where they're really trying to double down on the whole, playing your army thematically gives you bigger benefits and that kind of thing. So, to your point, I think touching on all these things is a very smart way to do it instead of waiting 12 years, 15 years for updated codex. You get a little refresh all the time is kind of a nice way to
right.
go.
I mean, it would be nice if, I'll say the stats for the cards on models were more consistent across it. Like if my kill team card sheet, whatever it is for the Marines actually had all the same information from the codex,
Mm-hmm.
because then one update brings everything up.
This is true.
Right.
That is true.
What's one more column of an attribute
Yeah.
in a game that doesn't use it, but it's there, and now you get a little bit of seeding of the other game to people like, oh, why is this here?
Sure.
Oh, it's for this other game.
Sure.
Right.
Okay.
So those
Okay.
are my two.
All right. Well, then outside of 40K, what would you say is the one thing, Aaron, going back to you, that you think outside of 40K they really hit it out of the park on?
All the Necromunda support.
I'm gonna kill you,
dude. Okay,
no, I'm just kidding. That's actually a very no, and it's meant to be a flexible question. I'm just giving you a
Sure,
hard
it
time.
is. You just like picking on me.
No, you're right. I agree.
Most recently, the Enforcers.
Yeah.
Coming out, the
Book of
Flesh
Ruin.
Terrors, whatever they are.
The Corpse Grinders.
Fabulous, completely new faction. Wasn't in the old Necromunda.
That's true.
Yeah, it's impressive how much stuff they've been doing for it.
Yeah. I think the support of Necromunda is amazing, actually.
And I would have to say that I have to mention Blackstone Fortress, all the Blackstone Fortress support that they've done as well.
Okay, Thom?
Aeronautica Imperialis.
Oh, really?
It is.
Have you played the new version?
I actually have only played a demo game so far.
Okay.
And that was enough for me to
say, Doug bought it.
Oh, no.
Oh, did he?
I'm in. And the reason I mentioned that is even though I haven't gone, knee deep into it just yet, the models are beautiful. It's a new style of gameplay. It's taking a chance. It's going back towards some of the old Fanatic or Specialist games methods from the past of letting us try different styles of play with a lot of the same sort of units and the same sort of forces that we recognize from the 40K universe.
Yeah.
And so I'm excited about that because it's a new kind of game, and to get that kind of support from Games Workshop has been fantastic.
Yeah.
So that just is like the icing on the Specialist games Forge World cake here, where they've really just knocked it out of the park, supporting there were 3 Blood Bowl teams this year. I can't remember the last year that we had 3 Blood Bowl teams released in a year, along with Necromunda factions, along with all these other new games.
Yeah, we've had some discussion previously about how I was teasing. I don't remember who it was. Oh, Brian, about it's easy to do that when you're not building any Forge World models. When you're not coming out with Imperial Armor books. It's all like the kind of, I think, calling it Forge World now is almost a misnomer. It's more just Specialist games, and that's like all they're focused on.
And that's why I keep saying these different names, because it's happened multiple times before.
Right.
With the how they organize it within the company to support these games outside the 2 flagship, or now I guess 3 flagship when you include the Lord of the Rings franchise games, how they support all these extra games. It's sort of morphed and changed over the years.
For sure. Steve, what about you outside of 40K?
Wow. 40K, I kind of dig how they're kind of doing the reboots in Age of Sigmar.
Oh, yeah.
Because I always kind of like the Skeletons, Necromancers era. Even though I don't play Age of Sigmar, the Bone Reachers, like that's a totally different way of doing skeletons.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And I kind of like, okay, this is cool, because the old skeletons were terribly old models.
Yeah.
Right? And a refresh that went completely different direction. I mean, there's hints of the Egyptian from the previous editions, but I just love how they kind of went a totally different.
It's actually gone more like Asia themed, right? Like, isn't that kind of their thing?
Japan?
Yeah, more fusion. It's definitely fusion.
It's
mixture.
Fusion Warhammer.
Like a new restaurant.
For sure. Okay. And then, so what would you say the largest miss for 40K in your opinion in 2019, Aaron?
No Necron update.
Okay.
I think the Warriors are dated. They're
you mean
not
model-wise?
Model-wise. They're not as bad as some of the other models, which have been getting updated, but they're still pretty bad, and the guns don't really fit with the way they went forward with the other Necron guns, with the glowing,
the clear
tube and stuff. They got rid of all that, and I would love to have the Psychic Awakening rules for it, which are coming at some point, and things like that. So I'm a Necron player at heart. I've been that way since I started playing.
Yeah.
So that's a very minor miss. But
no, that's fine.
That's the miss.
Okay. Thom, what about you?
Well, get ready to reset the clock.
Here it comes.
As a squat warlord,
I'll tell you,
I would love to see
30 minutes ago, Brian reset that clock. So you haven't actually reset it very far.
Okay. It still counts. We still have a grace period, I guess.
Yeah.
We're waiting. We're ready. Bring him back.
Okay. All right. It's Steve.
Oh, wow. What did I put in my notes?
For me, I had a hard time kind of
it's tough
finding an answer here. Like in a year where they've hit it out of the park every which way but loose. You
really,
know?
my only miss is probably getting rid of the digital White Dwarf.
Oh yeah, I had heard they'd brought it back, but then I haven't been able to find that. So
yeah, the iPad app White Dwarf, I loved it, and they got rid of it right at the end of the year.
Yeah,
and I've been plagued with getting the White Dwarf, what I thought was late.
Yeah.
Oh my God, this last one was so late.
This last one,
I got an
really
email from their support that says the official release date is the third Friday of the month.
Okay, well,
that's why we get it late. I'm like, this.
Okay, fair enough. So delivery on White Dwarf and losing the digital version. Yeah, I did like that they could include videos and that kind of thing in the digital version, which was kind of nice. I don't think they exploited that quite to the level that they could have, but because it takes more. Like there's more.
I think it started as the paperback.
Yeah.
And then they tried to fit it into digital instead of the other way around.
Right.
And if it led with the digital and then, I don't want to say dumb it down, but simplify it for the thing, then I would have been fine paying extra with the videos and stuff.
Okay.
But that was like the one thing I kind of missed this year was like, it went away and I was like,
yeah.
Right.
Bummer.
Yeah, that's too bad. All right. Well, okay. So listen, if, what would you be the one single thing you want to see GW release for 40K? And again, this can be in the 40K universe, right? So anything associated with 40K in 2020. Like, what's the one thing? Aaron's going to say Necron, so. Aaron?
I would go, since clearly I'm not.
You can't go from biggest miss was no new Necrons to, what do you want to see in 2020? Elves.
Space Dwarves.
I was going to say a new faction.
A whole new faction.
Yeah.
Any thoughts on what that faction would be like?
Yeah, but Thom said it already.
Oh, the squats?
Yeah, I would do because I don't know what else they're thinking.
Okay.
Right? That's the only one that comes to mind, but it could be the Slan.
Well, but let me ask you this:
Slan into 40K.
Do you feel that 40K is missing a faction at this point?
No, it would just be. I like that they're stretching what is in 40K more.
Okay.
And bringing in new lore, new stuff.
Yeah.
So.
For your question, could that be a new kill team or a new?
It could start as a kill
aspect
team
of a faction, not a full 40K army. Like, could it be just a faction in kill team or a faction in?
It'd be an easy way to start, right?
Right.
Like they just release a kill
see how
team,
big it is, and then go from there.
Yeah. See its popularity, and then go from there.
And give it a very thin. The Rogue Trader box set had that pamphlet.
Yep.
Something like that to try out in 40K.
Yeah, I think that's probably pretty reasonable that they might do stuff like that. Thom?
Xenos Titans.
Oh, yes.
Ooh, yeah.
Ooh, that's a good call.
That's what I want.
Yeah.
Because
yeah.
I love the new Depths of Titanicus game. It harkens back to some of my favorite gaming time with Epic and at that scale. And I would love to see big, nasty Xenos Titans, especially Tyranid Titans. I want to see big, ugly Dominatrix and high specs and all those kind of things at the same scale as some
amazing.
of the new models.
You're the first person to call that out, and that's a really good one. And that's a controversial topic in the Adeptus Titanicus community because there's so many people that are such purists about it being 30K. It's 30K. It's 30K. I think you can expand upon that and move it to 40K as well. I mean,
but even in 30K, there were some Xenos. That
of course,
were out there,
Orcs and Eldar were around.
But
right?
I think that you're
older,
right. You know, they should be able to cross that into 40K.
Yeah, for sure.
Those people who are 30K hardcore, then
play it 30K hardcore. Yeah,
totally.
Yeah, that's a really compelling suggestion. I think in my mind. What about you, Steve?
What I want to see is actually, I was going to say Primaris GK for Aaron covering something other than Necrons. But my thing is actually, I kind of wish it's the change that I would hope to see because they can do it, is making Tyranids have a little bit more narrative to their background. I don't care if you're stealing from StarCraft and having an infused human, right, like Kerrigan, where now there's a personality. There's, you can write a story about them other than just the...
Isn't that what Gene Stealer cult kind of is?
But it's limited to the cult. Like, he loses all. You don't really take all you get are Gene Stealers. You don't get warriors and Zotes and all the other crossbreeding happening. Maybe it's just a baby step, right? Maybe there's a middle ground out there.
Thom raises a good point, though. I mean, Gene Stealer Cult really is a hybrid of there's a lot of different units within the Gene Stealer Cult thing, but yes, you only get Gene Stealers. I think one of the frustrating things for me with the Tyranids as a player who has Tyranids is I don't feel that connection. Now, some Tyranid players love the army, and that's great. I don't feel that connection to any of the units on the table, right? For me, anytime I'm playing my Thousand Suns guys, I'm like, oh, I have this Chaos Sorcerer, and he's like me. Like not really, but like,
unique, or at least.
I'm like, oh, he's my important
but
guy.
That's what I want.
Yeah,
right?
it's hard to do with
a story, because like there's Swarm Lord. Okay, they gave him. He's cool, but there's a level of depth that it just stops at.
Yeah, I would love to see more kind of named Tyranid type of things that are like they had the
One Eye and those.
Yeah, they had a One Eye, and then they had this
Red Terror,
Death Leaper, and
I can't remember the other one. There was like that one that was coming down. It had wiped out the
Doom.
Doom Valentine. Yeah.
But that was cool. that layer of richness.
I get that.
Here's my alien named Tyranid.
Yeah, I get that. I get that.
Yeah, but being able to customize a unique guy would be kind of neat.
Yeah, for sure. So then what would be the one single thing, as I said before, stealing from Robin Credis's, if you had a magic wand and you could change one thing about Games Workshop itself or a product line in 2020, what would that change be? Aaron, you want me to start with you? Or are you still?
No, we can start with me. So if I had a magic wand, I would redo the Warhammer Quest that they came out with, not Blackstone Fortress, but the previous Warhammer Quest, to be more like the original Warhammer Quest. Because I think that they used the name and the backstory, but the gameplay is just completely new.
Okay.
And I liked the old one a lot. Okay. So if I had a magic wand, that's what I would change.
Okay. Not revolutionary, but
not revolutionary.
But something you like. Okay, fair enough. Thom?
In 2005, a cloud of darkness fell upon Specialist Games when they removed the Snotling model and introduced the Noblar to the Ogre team when they introduced the Ogre Kingdoms. And I'm afraid they've done the same thing again now with our most recent release of the Ogre team by removing the Snotling. Let's wave the wand and let's
bring Snotlings back.
Redo the mistakes we've made this year in 2019. Let's not let what happened before happen again. Bring the Snotlings back.
2020, a year for change.
That's right.
Go back to Snotlings.
Let's aim our shock attack guns in the right direction and bring back the Snotlings.
All right. So again, not revolutionary.
No. It's minor because it's hard to find so many misses.
Yeah. Right.
I want the Imperial Armor books to come back out.
Yeah, buddy.
Yeah.
And specifically, because it's been so long, it's been since Alan's gone.
Yeah.
Right. That I hope whoever writes it is like ADB level.
I don't think.
Right.
I'll be honest. I don't think they're gonna do them anymore. That's my gut feeling.
Maybe that's a good thing.
And certainly there's not plans to do them now. I mean, they could always come back to them, but I don't think there's any plans to do that right now.
And I would hope that the standard is at that high. We're not going to do it unless we can do it to that standard.
Yeah, I would agree.
Just bring those books. I went back and got my Imperial Armor one, and Morpheus and Valentine. I'm like reading these, and I'm like, man, these things just make me want to go build something, right?
Yeah.
And I don't necessarily get that same compulsion with the codexes.
No, it's a different level of narrative description and writing. Aaron's lucky. I think Orpheus was the last one to come out, and that is Necron based. But man, that is one of the best stories ever, and one of the coolest campaign systems as well. But yeah, and the presentation of that book is phenomenal too. I agree with you. I mean,
they could easily.
You can see the talent of that team is doing the stuff that is in Necromunda and in Adeptus Titanicus. Mm-hmm. You can see the layouts of those books are very similar to the
big time
Imperial Armor stuff. The latest Book of Ruin from Necromunda is amazing. Like visually, a great product, but also just really, yeah. But I agree with you 100%. I loved Imperial Armor. I absolutely loved when those Imperial Armors would come out. And it's I think the focus right now is Forge World's not focused on models. They're other than 30K range. Mm-hmm. And even there it's very specific. And then they're all, specialist games stuff. But I'm with you. I would happily wave that wand.
Well, if they could cut out the units and the rules specific to 5th, 6th, 7th edition, and then reprint the edition neutral books, then they could have something that could continue along, and then just reprint or print out a book that just has the units.
You're saying just the lore.
Right. So then people can get them, because right now you can't get them.
No, you can't get them. They're collector's items.
Right.
Yeah.
And then you could do a book that's just an updated version of the rules for those units.
Well, they could do,
and then
they
that could be a
do
separate book.
Digital too.
Yeah, they could do it digital.
That was kind of my call out. Was I think it's time to go to a digital, like the D&D Beyond system. I talked about that earlier in the show too, where I just think
special campaigns.
The rules need to all be consolidated so you can access them easily, and that'll solve a lot of problems.
Yep.
It'll remove almost one of the last complaint bastions. I mean, people complain.
They'll find
another thing to complain about. But
I guess I kind of have I want to shove this extra one in here. I do wish that the General's Handbook equivalent came with the initial basic rules just bundled into it.
Like in the
just
back.
just add those 4 pages into it, and now you don't have to.
I agree. I actually thought it was in there the other day, and I went to look for it. I'm like, oh, it's not in here. I could have swore it was in here.
Just throw them in there.
Those little extras would make a huge difference. Yeah. It's stuff like when I purchased the Halfling Blood Bowl cards, had they simply included like the Blitz Bowl cards in that box set of buying those cards, would have been nice. So little extras of bringing
or a link to you could go download them because you have a special code with it. Yeah.
All right. So, any big plans for you for 2020? Are you heading down any particular paths, or, what's next for you, Aaron?
For me, it's I almost said Arbites, the Enforcers for Necromunda, because we're going to start a Necromunda thing, and I'm going to do Tyranids for 2020.
Oh, really? Going back to them? Okay. I know you've been talking to CK about.
I think I'm going to scrap them, repaint them. I mean, all those old metal models I've got, they're going to get paint, and do them up in the same color scheme, but a better, more well done paint.
All right. Okay, cool. Thom, what about you?
A couple things. In the 40K world, I'm finishing up some Old Hammer armies. I have a Crimson Fist army and a Tyranid army that I'm just about wrapped up with, about 1,500 points each. So I'll be playing them in the new year. And then also, I'm just finishing up Adeptus Titanicus. I want to get another house figured out for some knights, and just another faction figured out so that I can set up scenarios of my own and have all the forces ready to play.
Nice. Steve, what about you?
I need to, now that I got my magnets in from China, I can make my Titans magnetized, so I can actually start playing some. We'll paint and then play. The thing that, there's the groups been discussing the Necromando campaign, and I was looking at Delac and Delaque, as I always called them. But I was like, I'm looking at it, looked at the box, and I'm like, I don't know, something's not vibing for me.
Not speaking to you. Yeah.
Right. So I think I'm going to do Genestealer Cult.
Oh, interesting.
And let that play Kill Team.
Yeah.
Do a small smart Kill Team, Necromunda, and see where it goes from there.
I always thought the Delac models looked like Genestealer Cult anyway.
The old ones.
All right, well, guys, thank you so much for joining me. I very much appreciate it, and I'm looking forward to more gaming in the new year.
Cool. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Carl.
All right, I'm here with Matt. Matt,
hey, how's
how
it going?
Are you doing? Matt, you are fairly new to 40K.
Yeah.
Like, you're probably the newest of all the group.
Yeah.
To 40K.
Not as new as when I was on the show.
The first time.
The first and only time.
But now you have a massive Genestealer Cult army.
Yeah.
You have your second army.
Yeah, just unveiled.
Today. Did Jody know what it was before you pulled it out?
So I started the army...
Death Watch.
Death Watch. Yeah. About 6 months ago, probably maybe a little less. But yeah, I didn't tell him at first. I think I told him 2 weeks ago, so he would finally rebase all of his orc boys who were on 25s, and the whole purpose of the army was to get him to get a move on and get the orcs back to the table.
That's dedication. I'm going to paint an entire army just so I can get you to play.
Just so my friend will shut up. Just complaining constantly.
So listen, we've been going over these questions with everybody. Again, you've been in now maybe 2 years playing.
Yeah,
about 2 years.
Yeah,
and we're looking at a year that was kind of unprecedented for Games Workshop. You don't have a lot of historical stuff to kind of pull upon. But this was a year that when I proposed these questions, people were like, I don't actually know what the answer to that is. But for you, what were the two kind of biggest wins for 40K? Mm-hmm. Is there anything in the 40K universe, that kind of came out for you?
I would say, first of all, and correct me if I'm wrong, but Gene Stealer Cults came out this year in February.
Yeah. I think it was the expansion of them, right?
Yeah. So I remember there were new models kind of coming out right around maybe January or February. Yeah. So if that works, then that would be number one.
Yeah.
Just because the army spoke to me. And
I mean, again, we talked about this before, but you chose not a beginner army to leap in with, and you're kind of mastering it pretty quickly.
Well, I mean, I didn't even realize that. Like when I was on the show, which looking back, I was like, oh my God, like I should have done more research. I should have known what the hell I was talking about.
Yeah.
But
everybody's like that though. This hole goes so deep.
Right. And with Gene Stealer Cults, I didn't realize how much of a beginner I was until I started playing more and more and more games. So that rabbit hole is super deep, and it's been great because every game's a learning game, and I still don't feel like I've even come close to mastering the army.
Yeah.
But apparently, I played Death Watch today, and apparently even playing Space Marines haven't mastered that. So,
well, they're harder to play than most people think.
I'm hopefully.
I've always struggled against orcs though. In this just the sheer number of orcs.
Yeah, that was something new. So it was fun. I mean, it was fun to watch my friend have a nice time, but it was kind of a bummer to pick up on my newly painted models. Okay. Second thing, I guess I would say, like, just as an overall community building thing, like just the Warhammer community website, the painting videos, like the ongoing support
I think
has been suggestion. For somebody who's new and for somebody who is now starting a gaming club at his high school. Yeah. So I can direct.
Let's quantify that for a bit. You're a teacher, high school teacher, running a gaming club for the kids at the school.
Yeah, and so it's been really cool to be able to direct those kids to Duncan's and the rest of the painting crew's videos, to direct them to the Warhammer community website or just the painting website in general, because there's all these, and so I don't know if that's I again hear that's not the way it was maybe.
No, the crazy thing about it is all these other sites, Bell of Lost Souls, all these other sites, like, used to probably generate a lot more traffic. And then Warhammer Community came out, and like I can't tell you the last time I've gone to either of those sites, like Bell of Lost Souls, Spiky Bit, whatever, any of those sites, almost zero for me, right? A lot of it is like speculation and maybe some articles around certain things, but the Warhammer Community site, like in one fell swoop, they kind of killed like a huge amount of like the rumor engine stuff. Like,
they have a whole thing about rumor engine.
Yeah, where people would be like, "Oh, I hear this is coming out, and I hear that's coming out." Like, first off, just by obliterating our expectations with tons of have this, now more of this, and you're like, "What the?" People don't have time to say, "Well, what's coming next?" And a lot of the rumors are leaks from certain factions or whatever. I mean, it's kind of irrelevant because things are coming out so fast. When it was, you wouldn't get a codex for 4 or 5 years. You got a codex, and then it's like, enjoy your codex for the next 4 or 5 years.
Yeah, to me, the new guy, that sounds crazy.
Yeah, rumors of a new codex coming out were huge, but now it's like, here's a codex. Didn't we just have a codex? Yeah, but now you need a new one.
Yeah, so if that, I mean, again, this might have been on, all happening before this year, but
I enjoy your perspective on this.
Yeah, because I said this on the show. I'm the poster child for the person that GW is trying to go.
Oh yeah,
hey, you get over here and play this game, and so it worked. And I was talking to Jody about this on the way over. Like, I'm happy that it worked. I'm happy that their marketing and their outreach and their consistent release schedule, which now, having been doing this for a while, it's like, now the release schedule feels more oppressive. Like before, it was like, oh, these are awesome models, but I don't need those. I have models to. Now I've sort of like, oh, I could
you
do that.
see
I could do that.
the trap like everybody falls into. And then I'm sitting here in this gigantic room trying to clean up before people come over. And I'm like, where can I put this thing? There's no room. I'm like, what am I talking about? There's no room. I got to get rid of some of this stuff.
Yeah, so I'm going to start falling into that trap.
Yeah,
I'm sure.
Be very careful. That's all I tell you.
Yeah.
You know, don't do as I say, not as I do. Okay, so what would you say is the single largest win outside of 40K for you this year that you've seen? I just saw you playing a couple games of Warcry with Jody.
So Warcry is a hoot.
Yeah.
And it would probably be either that or their continuing support for Blood Bowl and by extension Blitz Bowl. Which Jody and I have fallen in love with, and he's talked about on the show.
Now, have you played actual Blood Bowl?
I played one game of Blood Bowl,
and
like 4 or 5 years ago.
And how many games of Blitz Bowl have you played?
Probably over 50 easy.
Yeah.
Easy.
Yeah.
And so for me, that's sort of the biggest win because that system, I mean, they actually ended up releasing new stuff through Barnes and Noble for specifically Blitz Bowl, new team cards and stuff. So it's an extremely niche game.
Boy, I wish they'd marketed it more widely.
I know. And I think, if people keep, hopefully, if people keep buying it and supporting it, maybe they'll continue to support it. Maybe we'll get the respect and attention that I think it deserves.
Great call. I was actually surprised to see them release like all that new stuff. I thought they were kind of just one and done. And then all this other stuff came out and I was like, oh, wow. I guess I shouldn't have bought the teams and split them with Jody because now I don't have the cards. It's like,
and they didn't do that for the other.
No.
Those are like Barnes and Noble releases, which received much less praise. Yeah. Blitz Bowl.
Well, it's a good game. Okay. So then what would you say in your experience was the single largest miss for 40K this year?
Man, I think honestly, and I think you and I were just talking about this, I was looking forward to, in this year's chapter approved, some power level adjustments.
This is a great call out too.
Because, and so I just played my first full 40K game with Death Watch, and it
using
was pretty,
power level.
Using power level, and it was pretty clear that there was a pretty hefty discrepancy between the points and what they were and what the power level was. And power level has lots of really great things that it offers to players, but balance isn't necessarily just out of the box.
Well, I think the other problem is exactly what you just said. It's out of the box, right?
Right.
And the power level hasn't changed. The game has evolved. They've clearly lowered points of units here to adjust things to make them equal to other things here. We'll probably see a shift of points when 9th edition ends up coming around. We'll see it all. I think they're getting to the point where they have too many things on the table. Like armies are getting bigger and bigger to produce on the table because they're lowering prices to make them equate to this thing over here. It's like taxes, right? They lower the taxes to, and so I think what's going to end up happening is, 9th edition will come around. They'll probably adjust the points somewhat to make the game scale to where they had it when 8th edition initially came out.
Sure.
So, a 1,500, a 2,000 point army will be a playable, quickly tournament-sized army. Right now, you're talking about tournaments. They're talking about lowering their points values because people aren't finishing games in time, that kind of thing. But the interesting thing about that is, and this is what I've said repeatedly, because people will fundamentally say, well, power level is not as balanced as points. And I'm like, well, isn't it? Well, no, it's not now because it has not learned anything from all of the 5 years or whatever, 3, 4, 5 years, whatever we've been playing 8th edition has learned. Like they put it out there and they go, oh, you know what? Space Marines are not strong enough to deal with orcs. Okay, great. So let's do this. We're going to lower the points on Space Marines so you can have more Space Marines so you're firing more. And, we give them these adjustments. Okay, great. You get those adjustments, but you never get the adjustment of, wow, initially we thought Marines were here, and so you're playing without any of the learnings that we've had over the last 4 or 5 years.
You're playing,
which is really frustrating because I love power level.
Yeah, and as a new player, it's been great. It allows it. I mean, with Death Watch, you have it's like this toy box, and you can you can put a whole bunch in power levels. Like do whatever you want. It's easy.
Yes,
just put whatever you want on the model.
It's the yes and
it
of
totally is.
of 40K.
Except when you know, it
highly
it
hindered
is
by it,
it is
yeah.
highly hindering your ability to put together an army that's going to be like at least to a fun degree competitive.
Agreed.
I don't need to play an army that's like hyper competitive and optimized, which coincidentally I have yet to find like a narrative Deathwatch army on the internet. I've looked high and low. If somebody has one, I'd love to see it.
But you do want to benefit from the learnings that have happened over the last few years. I think that's a reasonable place to be.
Right.
So I agree with you. I was shocked that they weren't in the chapter approved. I was really hoping they would be. Okay. So then what is the one single thing you want Games Workshop to release for Warhammer 40K in 2020 for you? This could be specific to you. It could be a larger, vision type thing, but this is really what is it you want to see them release for 40K?
I'm going to start building a Tyranid army to add to my Genestealer Colts army.
Nice.
And
that's going to be so amazing in Apocalypse games, by the way.
I mean, the end, the very, very end of this is that I want to have an Astra Militarum, Tyranid, and Genestealer Colts. But that's way in the future.
I like your long-ranging plans, sir.
It's in my head. It looks really cool.
Yeah.
But one of the things about the Tyranids is that and this is very small, minor quibble, but Genestealers are still on 25 mil bases.
Uh-huh.
And I would love to see Genestealers released on 32 mil bases with possibly like a different sculpt or something like that.
Yep.
That's a very small ask, but I don't know. I think it's.
I agree. They should be on 32.
And so I know that isn't like big ask, but
no, that's fine. That's fine.
And I would love to see Psychic Awakening come along and shower the Genestealer Colts with a new unit or three.
Yeah. I think it's more for the Psychic Awakening stuff is people are realizing is less about adding units and more about changing the flavor of what you have.
Sure.
Occasionally, like with every release appears, one army gets a model, right? Like I was telling others, in the Thousand Suns Facebook group, people lost their mind. Oh, we're very disappointed in it. I'm like, they've released 2 sentences about the about the thing,
right?
And they've shown a model for the Dark Angels. Well, we didn't get a model. I'm like, you don't need. Sometimes we're our own worst enemy. Yeah. It's all gonna be good. Trust. Have faith in the direction. Like the thing is, like the people that work on this stuff are so passionate. Like I remember the first time I went to Warhammer World, I really didn't know what to expect, and what I did find was the people I met that worked for the company, because I got introduced to a bunch of them, were so passionate about this game. Like the business part of it, they had that's handled by a different department. They're just like, let's make this fun, and I'm like, wow, okay, it's really, really cool.
Yeah, and on that note, one thing that that again, to add to my answer, yet another thing is I would like, have you listened to Voxcast?
Yeah, of course.
Of course you have. But I have found that as a player trying to get into both the lore but also the background on like what Games Workshop employees are up to.
Yeah.
It's just so fascinating.
Yeah.
And I know he's leaving the company, but Duncan just did an episode of Voxcast, and it was really eye-opening to just hear like what employees, how they think about the game, how they think about models and painting, and like
this was
awesome
why when I went on their show, and they were doing the live paint thing when I did the fire stuff. I don't know if you've watched that. It's worth going and watching, not
because you're on it,
not because I'm on it. But because as an outsider, like what happened was, you have their initial person who's doing the interviews and introducing stuff, and they were like, hey, can you join the show? And do you want to paint one of these models? I'm like, nobody wants one of these models I painted. They want the models you guys have painted. But what would happen is they would bring up one of the guys who was painting, and he'd show off what he was working on, and then I'd say, well, can I ask questions? And they'd be like, yeah. I go, what do you do here? And then they'd say, like, to me, and the next thing you knew, like the main host, like just kind of stepped back, and I was doing all the talking because I was like, what do you do here? Like, how does that work? And what do you come up with? And so, for example, the guy was like, I'm one of the guys that paints the models that show up on the box covers. I'm like, oh, well, that's fascinating. So wait a minute. So how far in advance do you get to paint these models, right? Like, because they're going to be displayed. And wait a minute, they also have to be in the codex because they need the pictures for the codex. So how far in advance do you get? Oh, well, we get about this far and blah, blah, blah. Well, are you told like they need to be these colors, or no, we pick all that? And so, so the fact that Bad Moon's orcs are yellow was because some artist was like, I think this would look really cool if these guys were yellow in this. And they were like, okay, well, that faction is now Bad Moons, and it's like, oh, okay, I see how this works. It's truly the artist first, and then everything follows post that. But what was interesting was being able to, as an outsider, ask each of these people questions, because I genuinely wanted to know, and I'm sure if I wanted to know, other people did too. So I exactly see what you're saying.
I love to see behind the curtain a little bit.
Yeah. And I think they used to be like, that curtain was very thick and heavy, and you never saw anything beyond it. And now they've kind of parted the curtain a bit, and they're showing us things that the whole Sisters release, where they were kind of like eking out piece after piece. Never before have we seen stuff like that. It's very, very cool. Not for many, many years, would they give you like an inkling of this is what we're working on. Okay, and then so last question, what's the single thing you want Games Workshop to change about itself or its product line in 2020? And I think you kind of touched on it with that answer a little bit too.
Yeah, I mean, I would like them to change, whatever, like Tyranid bases or whatever. But as far as like just big picture stuff, I do think that their release schedule is really aggressive. And I think, both Jody and I and Josh and I have, we were trying to figure out like, hey, you want to get together on the weekend and play a game? Yeah. And the next question is, well, what do you want to play?
Right.
And
we don't
so
always choices.
And no, seriously, like we were just playing Warcry. Yeah. And it's alternating activations of models. And I'm over here moving all my models, like it's 40K. Like,
Oh, wait a minute.
And Jody's like, yeah, you're just going to take like 3 turns in a row. Cool, dude. And so for me, like,
live it.
Call it system fatigue or whatever anyone's calling it. But I'm feeling that. And I don't know if that's maybe just the arc of being a new player or
no, it's
what.
Not.
But
it's not.
But it really does feel like I just want him to like pump the brakes ever so slightly, and then I say that, and in the next breath I would say, but also don't, like, also just like keep going.
This is a real first world problem, but I agree there is a system fatigue thing, and I think it was Jody that brought it up to me, and I think brought it up on the show at that point, where it was they're releasing all this stuff, and if you're trying to keep up with all of it, good luck, But if you're focused on just 40K, it's very manageable.
No, totally.
The problem is we're not just focused on 40K. Well, 40K. Oh, how about that Necromunda campaign? Yeah, we should do that. Right. Hey, Adeptus Titanicus is new. Oh, well, I like that too. So I kind of wonder if we don't do it to ourselves sometimes. But yeah, it's hard to stay focused. Yeah. And I was telling you earlier, just the do as I say, not as I do thing. But it's so easy to fall into that pit where you're just like, oh, that looks cool. I want to do that too at some point.
Right.
I finally have turned the corner a bit where I'm like, I want to do that at some point. I'm going to leave it there and I'll buy it when I'm ready to do it. The one exception to that is Sisters of Battle, which I've also bought partially in support of Sisters of Battle. Like, I wanted them to do it for so long. I said, if they come out with plastic sisters, I'm doing it. They came out with them. I'm buying them because I want to I literally did it because I want my money supporting
you voted with your
direction
dollar, right?
of thing.
Yeah,
I am gonna paint them eventually. I got a lot of Black Legion to do first, but yeah, I'm voting with my dollar in that case, and I think that's okay for me. There's nothing else I need to buy for 40K at this point. We were talking about that earlier too. It's like my 1,000 Suns and my Zeech Demons are pretty much done. Yep. So it's like, there's a couple units I might play around with adding, but it's like a couple of models, there's nothing drastic. So
sure,
when you sit in that position, you get, I feel like now I can, maybe I should get rid of some of the stuff that I thought I was going to do.
Yeah.
And I'm really never going to get to. And so you kind of come like, you kind of go around the corner and then you're like, oh, wait a minute. It's like when you're changing channels on the television and then you realize you've gone all the way back around.
And I guess as far as release schedules go, maybe it isn't models, but maybe it is, and Jody a long time ago on a Warrior Lodge episode called people out for saying there were too many books. And I think continues to get flack for that, as well he should. Because I think we're reaching a point where just the book release situation is, and I think maybe you guys were talking about this just a few minutes ago with the other guys. Yeah. But yeah, it's getting to a point where it's like kill team. In order to play a kill team game with some factions, you got to have a pretty big pile of paper. So maybe pump the brakes just on one aspect of the release schedule,
or go digital.
Yeah.
So, which I think we all agree is the way they got to go. Like, I don't know if you're aware of the D&D Beyond model. I keep preaching this because it's a really, really solid model. The way they're releasing digital stuff, and you can just play with the digital stuff, and you pay for it up front, and then once you pay for it, you own it, and there you go. And yes, it could go away in theory, but
sure,
it's still good. I just threw away some books because I was like, okay, these are old. I don't need them anymore. But as I was cleaning up the room, mind you, I'm not the norm. Like, I have every codex, right, for every army, because I'm sent them to evaluate and yada, yada. And I have all the Imperial armor books. I'm a completionist and I want all those. But I'm like, oh my God, I'm really running out of room here. What am I going to do? And it's ridiculous for me to be running out of room with this kind of availability. So I hear exactly what you're saying. Cool. All right. So what, other than, it sounds like you're leaning into, so what's up for you in 2020 is really what I'm getting at. It sounds like you're leaning into Tyranids.
So Tyranids, Jody and I split a little Christmas present. We split the Feast of Bones box for Age of Sigmar. I got the Bone Reaper guys, which I think I'm going to paint to do like a Skeletor paint scheme.
I don't know if you know how I feel about crossing the streams, but you do you, buddy.
Hey, look, this is a 40K podcast. I can talk all about messing with Age of Sigmar stuff.
You do what makes you happy.
I just want to be able to haha, you boob.
You boob.
Yeah, that's all I want. I'm gonna paint an army so I can cackle like Skeletor. So that will get done at some point, hopefully in 2020. But really, the big plan is just to keep the Gene Stealer cults theme, whether it's Tyranid detachments or Astra Militarum detachments. I love that book because it offers you such a wonderful diversity of models that you can play with, and you can just bring in Tyranids in it, and it totally makes sense.
Oh yeah, it's the one connection that I feel like is the same as Chaos Space Marines and Demons. Of course those go together.
Totally.
It's like peanut butter and jelly, right? Yep. And for it's almost biomass and more biomass for the Tyranids, right?
Exactly.
But yeah, I mean, in large games, that's why I have these two armies, the Thousand Sons and the Demons. I'm I can't wait to put them all on the table for Apocalypse game. So when you're ready, it's on.
I think, and this Tyranid army is going to be absolutely just terrifyingly bad. I'm going to do 60 to 90 gargoyles and just total.
They get right in the opponent's face real fast.
I don't think they're that good, but
they're not. But they're fast, and then they tie up guys cheaply.
Yeah. So that's the
right on.
General sort of theme of the army is just a bunch of flappy dudes just cruising in. So.
Well, Matt, we couldn't ask for a nicer guy to be in the group, man. And I'm
thanks for having me.
I'm so happy you've come over the hill and played with us today. And listen, anytime you want to be on the show, you let me know, because you cruise over with Jody, and then you guys will do a show. So very excited.
Well, thanks, man.
All right, we'll talk to you later.
All right, see you.
All right, so now we're talking with Colin Ward, and Colin, you moved out of the area about a year ago now.
I did, yeah, about 18 months ago. I miss you guys.
Yeah, we miss you. And so when I threw up, into our private group about who wants to participate in this episode, you were like, "Oh, can I do it remotely?" Because normally I don't do remote. Like I won't do somebody for an entire episode remotely, but
Right.
but I don't mind like
And I just,
short segments and stuff.
Right, and I just haven't been back to California for any length of time since I moved, so
Yeah.
I haven't had a chance to hang out.
Yeah, yeah. So okay. First off, you've moved out to where are you in now?
Boise, Idaho.
Boise, Idaho. Where all the boys hang out.
Yeah.
That joke never gets old. All right, anyway.
And seasons, and real seasons.
And actual seasons. And you were a pretty big part of our gaming group here. We had a big going away thing for you when you left, which was a lot of fun. And we've now been apart for quite a while. We're hopefully you come back to visit for some period of time. But you had Jody and Brian went out there and visited you for a while, so that was pretty cool. But I wanted to get kind of your take on, now you're actually separate from the core group that we have here, and you're off doing other things, playing tournaments and all that stuff, participating in other podcasts, and doing a couple other things on your own, which we'll talk about at the end here. But this has been a heck of a year for Games Workshop. I mean, their stock represents it and everything. But in your opinion, what are your thoughts on what the two biggest wins for Games Workshop for 40K specifically were this year?
It's really hard to pick.
Yeah, I know. It's a hard question.
It's really hard. So trying to remember everything that released is difficult. And I'll do two, and then I'll do one just kind of general, just quick little general.
Sure.
Large win as far as GW. I think really, for me, the Gene Stealer Cult release was fantastic.
Now, this is the add-on stuff to the Gene Stealer Cult.
Right. All the new characters, the bikers, the vehicles that they got, the Ridge Runner, and just the way that that kind of second wave for that faction, I thought was just pitch perfect. And they nailed the aesthetic. It gave the army a really unique way to play that they just hit the Gene Stealer Cult thing, I felt like, perfectly. If I had all the time in the world, I would love to have a Gene Stealer Cult army, but I don't. So, and it's always 150 infantry, which is always daunting.
Yeah, soul crushing.
But I just feel like and then the rules were interesting and they were good, and the army played fast and it was sneaky, and they had that token mechanic.
Yep.
And I just think as far as just like really capturing a faction, models and rules, I think they hit that release out of the park. I just think they did a fantastic job.
Yeah, I mean, it's the crazy thing is it's 150 infantry or whatever, depending on game size, etc. But it's 150 infantry that are highly detailed. Like it's not like gaunts or something, right?
No, it's all these guys with lamps and hoses and trinkets, and they have like the coats and the knee pads, and it's just
never ending.
They're incredible models. But you really have to devote yourself to that and do that to get a painted force. Doug's painted some up. I know there's the new guy Matt down there. But he does Gene Stealer Cult. That's what he does.
Yeah, it was brave to do a Gene Stealer Cult army right out of the starting gate too. That is not a beginner army.
No, that is and it's a difficult army to play. It's a difficult army to paint. So kudos to him for just jumping right in the deep end.
Yeah, he's a sharp.
That's impressive.
Yeah.
And then I think the second thing might be a little controversial, but I think the Space Marine Codex and supplement releases.
You're not the first person to mention that. You're not.
Well, I think I'm not surprised. I think there's an asterisk though, because I think they went a little too far in a couple cases, where some of the books were just too much. And
in terms of power,
in terms of the rules, just in terms of the power, and kind of some rules interactions that would create kind of feel bad moments. And they just ramped up the power level of Marines so much, but they also had to. I think
Marines were suffering. That was the big complaint, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And they had been suffering for most of 8th edition, and they didn't feel like Space Marines.
No, I agree.
You know, they just didn't feel like they weren't scary. They weren't like elite, you know, shock infantry and just, you know, this really diverse, powerful force. They were just kind of like, oh, well, it's T4 with a 3-up save.
Yeah,
you know, it just, there wasn't any like crunch there.
I think the thing was it was kind of like 3+ armor has been kind of the main line, right? Like everything is compared to that 3+ armor. Everything was compared to Marines as kind of the middle of the road of you go up or down from there. Now it's Marines are up, and I don't know that they can be considered middle of the road. You know,
no.
You can't base all your other choices off of Marines now, which is I think the difference.
Right. And especially offensively, Marines are just in a whole nother realm.
Oh yeah.
From most armies. I mean, they just put out so many, even just bolters, they just throw out so many shots, and they have so many redundancies with rerolls and stuff. And they're scary, which I think is a good thing. Marines should be scary. They should be intimidating. Like you should see Marines and go, whoa.
Yeah.
You know? But the thing that I like about the release the most is the flavor that's in those Codex supplements that Raven Guard feel like Raven Guard, and Imperial Fists feel like Imperial Fists, and Blood Angels feel like Blood Angels. And they really hit those notes for those armies in a way that was meaningful. It made a difference on the table. It made a difference to what units you were taking. It rewarded you. Like it's a better idea to take jump troops in a Blood Angels army. It's a better idea to take, you know, heavy troops in an Iron Hands army.
Thematic
you benefit from that more. So they put these together in a way that really rewarded having an Iron Hands army or a Blood Angels army, not just, I think I'll play White Scars today.
Right.
You know?
Right.
So in that sense, I think, and they're starting to rein it back a little bit with the power level, but I think as like emotionally, I think they just absolutely nailed it. And they put Marines, which are their best selling IP and their biggest selling models of anything, back into a place where somebody can pick up Marines and not feel like they're, you know, on their back foot. They can go out and feel confident going into a game with Marines. And I think that's a good thing. I mean, they have all these build kits, and they have all these, you know, the little boxes with Marines in them, and people, that's what kids are picking up. Right. They're picking up those little starter boxes.
It always has
a couple intercessors, and you know, and so for them to be able to hold their own now, I think is a very good thing, and I think it's a very smart move by GW. But I also just think it's good for the game when you see Marines.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, I'd agree. Okay. All right. So I think that's pretty solid. You said there was one other point you wanted to make in this section.
Oh, yeah. So like just a general Games Workshop release, I think. And for me, I don't use them personally, but I think contrast paints were, I think, the biggest win by Games Workshop this year. Time will tell. We'll see how long, you know, they stick around. They've certainly invested a ton into them.
Yeah.
And they certainly feature them a lot. They've done a ton of videos.
But we've also seen paint lines kind of go the way of the dodo sometimes, right?
Right, which is why it's why I actually don't use a lot of GW paints, because I have projects that span years, and I don't know if something's going to get discontinued or color's going to change. But I think for GW, they're obviously focusing on hooking in younger painters, younger hobbyists, with all the easy to build and the start and the colored plastic and all this stuff. It's obviously being geared towards, you know, being accessible, which 7th edition really wasn't, right? And so for them to come out with this contrast paint system, I've talked to a lot of painters who didn't really paint a whole lot and really didn't enjoy painting at all. and they're able to use the system and get models that they're pretty happy with in a short amount of time, painted it on the table.
They certainly have colors on them, so I mean that helps.
Yeah,
a huge
but
difference.
Anything, in my opinion, anything that gets painted models on the table is a good thing. It gets them painting. It gets them used to, using a brush and developing their own kind of
So would you call this the answer to, what was the single largest win release by Games Workshop outside of 40K?
I think so.
Okay.
Yeah, I would say. Just because I think it makes it easier. Just because of the people that I've talked to that I don't use contrast paints personally. I just haven't picked them up and played around with them.
Yeah.
But I've talked to so many people who didn't enjoy painting or just didn't paint at all, or couldn't get, they just didn't like painting their models.
Right.
And now they use contrast paints and they're happy enough with them to continue doing it.
Right.
So they're painting.
I think it's kind of a right tool for the right thing. Like I was playing around with, perhaps using contrast on like the tabards of my Black Legion guys, and I played around with it a bit, and I kept trying to, pull the paint into the recesses, and finally I was just like, this is, I can get a better result just using my normal method for red. That's fine. But I did use the snake bite leather or whatever on, on like a belt and a holster. And I was like, yep, that was super easy. Like that worked fantastic. So I will use it for that just because it's instantly highlighted. It's really, there's like anything, there's some colors that work better than others.
Of course. Yeah. And that goes for literally every paint range that's made. But I think it's definitely, I think they're harder to use than GW kind of markets. I think they're tricky, to get it to kind of flow right. They definitely, you're not going to be contrast painting a rhino, and getting a smooth coat.
I don't think you'll be happy with the results of that. Yeah.
No, but then, but for me, it's a win because it's getting people painting, and it's getting people to enjoy painting who didn't previously enjoy painting, and they weren't going to go put in the time to do the base coat wash highlight method of, just kind of the standard, this is how I paint things. They weren't ever going to put in that time, or not, I shouldn't say ever, but they weren't putting in that time to learn that way of painting. But then they dabble with the contrast and they're like, oh, that looks pretty good. And so they keep doing it. So I think in that sense, it's absolutely a win.
I told Doug it was it's like the rock band to a musician thing, right? Like, hey, you're faking playing, this or whatever. The drums are maybe the closest you get to actual drumming. But maybe it spurns your interest in maybe experimenting with an actual guitar or actual drums or, whatever.
And regardless, you're having a good time. You're hanging out with your friends, right? I mean, you're doing this creative thing and you're enjoying the results. And that I think is a good thing. And that's something that, like you said, as they get more confidence with contrast, they get better brush control or whatever, they're going to say, oh, well, now I want to highlight this with just a regular paint. So now I'm going to go back and I'm going to go do a highlight. Oh, what if I do this over here? So, so I think in that sense, it kind of lowers that barrier to entry and it makes the whole painting thing just a little less intimidating for new hobbyists or just people who just flat out don't like to paint. There are people out there who love playing and building and converting and they just don't like to paint. I think in that sense, I think it tapped into this whole group of people that enjoy the hobby, but not necessarily that aspect of it, and just made it a lot easier and more rewarding for them. Those things are the only thing I'll say about it is those things are damn expensive, though.
Yeah, they are a little pricey. They are a little pricey.
I was like, oh, I'll go pick out a few colors and go play around with it, and they rung me up. It was like $60. And I was like, whoa, wait, hold on.
Okay, so what would you say this year, in your opinion? In your mind, what's the largest miss that Games Workshop has had for 40K this year?
For 40K, I think, and this is something that is I'll use a specific example, but it's kind of a general trend that we saw from them in 2019. I think the biggest miss is sequestering models in box set.
Yeah, that's a good call, I think. And like the Keller Morph's a perfect example of that.
The Jane Czar, and new plastic Howling Banshee, would have been one of my biggest wins of 2019. But it's in a $260 box.
Yeah, which with a bunch of stuff you don't need.
Well, even if I mean nobody needs a Falcon, but even if they release the box and like a month later they release Jane Czar or something, or 6 weeks or something like that.
It's usually a couple months later he'll come out. So
and then
been a while
my
now.
further example is like Shadow Spear came out at the beginning, March, I think, or May. And you still can't buy any of those Chaos models separately. You can't buy a Master Possession. You can't buy Obliterators separately.
Can you get the Master Possession now?
You
I don't might think so. Be able to now.
Maybe.
Yeah, but
maybe.
Maybe.
You can't get the Venom Crawler. You can't get the Obliterators.
That is true. I'm hoping they actually add more Obliterators and greater possessed options. Like I'm hoping there's a few other sculpts. Because that would be really nice.
I mean, you would think they've always had Obliterators be a really flexible kit. Even when it was the Finecast kit, it was, the weapon options and things like that. So you would think that Obliterators would be one of those areas that they're like, no, we want you to customize like a Chaos Spawn or like the Hellbrute kit, where you have a lot of those different options.
Yeah. Or at least they're going to come out with 3 more sculpts, so you have 5 sculpts, right?
Right. But then so they've released kind of the Marine multi-part kits, but they just moved the Chaos half of that into a starter box.
Right.
It's still sequestered in a $90 box. You can't buy the model separately. And the same thing now with Jane Czar and Drazhar and New Incube. I mean, people have been waiting for Plastic Aspect Warriors for 20 years?
Yeah.
And so for them to not kind of
make them as available as possible at the
right.
Yeah,
right.
Fair. That's a fair point.
Jane Czar. I think it's a beautiful model, but I'm not going to buy a box
just
for
to
Jane
get
Czar, and I'm not going to go eBay Jane Czar for $45 or whatever it's probably going for on eBay. So as a trend, it's something that I've noticed they're doing more and more.
I think that's a fair statement.
I would like them to do less because it's just a bummer. I mean, none of this is life or death, right? If I don't get a plastic Jane Czar,
look, these are all first world problems. Yeah,
exactly. So it's not like upsetting, but it's just a bummer where it's like, gosh, I really like to paint that Jane Czar. That would be a really cool project
for sure.
But I don't know, but now I have to wait.
I thought it was funny that Jody had just recently, he's been painting those like Iron Warriors, and he painted the Iron Warrior Greater Possessed guy, and then he was like, I really didn't like painting this model, and I'm not happy about it. Darren Latham's like, well, I sculpted this model. Well, it didn't speak to me. I'm like, that's okay. It spoke to me, man. I freaking love those models.
I saw that comment. I was like, ooh.
I love it. I love it. He's such a good guy, though. Darren's such a good guy, dude.
Oh man, his tutorials are great.
It just everything.
His tutorials are great.
Yeah. Okay, so let me hit you with the rest of these questions. So, what is the single thing you want Games Workshop to release for 40K in 2020? The one single thing.
The one single thing that I want Games Workshop to release for 2020. I mean, does it have to be realistic?
Do whatever you want.
Or can it just be? I want a new race to come to 40K. I think that would be cool.
That'd be interesting.
I think it's been a little while. It hasn't been that. I mean, they brought in AdMech, right? And they brought in Custodes and stuff. So it hasn't been Gene Stealer cults, but those are kind of existing things.
Yeah, they didn't have those before, though. I mean, they never had Sisters of Silence. They didn't have Adeptus Custodes.
But they had that's true. They didn't have Custodes, but they had Gene Stealer cult like way back in the day. They had like Tech Priests and stuff like that, which are different from Adeptus Mechanicus. I can already feel the emails coming in.
But you mean like a brand new race like we haven't heard of?
Yeah, I mean like Tau. Right? Where it's just like, Tau.
Well, I hope it's a spacefaring lizard man race, because I like lizard men.
That would be cool. Just something, just something to kind of shake it up, a new aesthetic, a new, I don't know if they could squeeze a new play style out of it or something, but
I think that's their key factor, right? It has to play very different than everything else out there. I mean, this is why this is the reason they've said they haven't done squats, was because they were struggling to find a way to make them interesting, other than just IG guys that are short, So I could see
exactly.
It. Okay.
But no, I just think it would be cool. I just think it'd be really cool to see either that or another Primark coming out in 2019. I think would be cool. Okay. I think it's been a little while.
2020.
Bring somebody. 2020. Yes, gee whiz.
We're almost there.
Yeah.
It's the future, man. Okay. And then what is the single thing that you personally would want Games Workshop to change about itself or a product line or something in 2020? So something they're doing that either you disagree with or something you just want to see go a different direction or something along those lines.
What I'd love to see more of is what they did with Sisters of Battle, and where they kind of made these little snippets and these previews of future releases. They've always been very secretive about what's coming, and then they have the big reveal.
Yeah.
Right. And they've started doing teaser videos. They started responding to leaks and stuff like that. But with Sisters, it was very intentional, where they said, here are these heads we're working on for this new unit, or here's an Imagifier, or here's, check out these weapons, or check out these little details that we're working on. And so not the rumor engine, but very intentional, like, hey, we're working on some new stuff for Blood Angels, let's say, or whatever it is, right? Like, check out this backpack. It's coming in the spring sometime. They don't have to be like specific, like, hey, 6 months from now we're going to release X, but just more, we're working on this faction.
Yeah.
For later this year. And just kind of release some stuff so that people that, play different armies. If their army haven't had a release in a little while, they can at least get excited about something that's coming down the road.
Yeah,
where they say, "Ooh, we're getting some cool stuff later this year. I'm gonna paint up this unit and this unit so that I'm ready when that releases or something." I just think it's a great thing that they've been doing. I think it helped with Sisters, where I know I was always looking forward to those announcements, and I would go in there and be like, oh man, that's cool. And, what's that model going to look like when it comes out and stuff. So, I think but they weren't giving away the big reveal.
No,
right?
I mean,
I think there's a way to do it.
Yeah. They still unleash some stuff that, I think they show a lot of something and then, a little bit of other things and then look at the whole thing and then you see the big release. That's a cool idea.
Right.
Yeah. I would love this. I agree with you. I'd love to see them continue to do that.
Yeah. Nobody saw the Triumph of St. Catherine coming, right?
Yeah, no.
I mean, nobody saw that thing coming.
Jeez,
that thing was like, oh my God.
Not looking forward to painting that thing.
I would love to paint it. I would just have to take like a month off of everything else.
Yeah.
To paint that thing.
That is going to slow down my progress significantly.
Yeah. Like, here's 6 special characters and a diorama base. Have fun.
Exactly. Now, please transport this to your local gaming store.
Right. Table War.
That's right. Okay. So, final thoughts here then, Colin. We haven't talked to you in a while, but you got a lot of things going on. You've got your Legalized Mischief channel going on. You've got you launched a Patreon, which is helping kind of fund your teaching and exploration of painting and showing people how to do things. And I'll tell you, you are putting out a crazy amount of content.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's really, really impressive. And so I think people are getting a tremendous value for, your Patreon when they join it, if they're interested in improving their level of painting and that kind of thing.
I appreciate that. I've been trying to put out, I want people to feel like they're getting good value.
Yeah.
That's important.
I think that's the hardest thing running one of the Patreon things was like, I definitely want people to feel like, with ours, yes, you're getting value for what we're doing. I'm not just saying, give me money. We're trying to earn that money so that we can then put it into, furthering improvements of the show, that kind of thing. So, but for you guys, I mean, you're effectively, this is your full-time job now. Yeah.
yeah, between the Patreon and doing commissions and things like that, then yeah, this I'm back to painting full time and the kids and all that stuff.
Sure.
But so I'm not working 60 hours a week or anything. But yeah, it is my full time gig with the Patreon.
Okay. And you mentioned commission painting, but you're not really taking like major commissions like armies. You're doing like individual pieces that really appeal to you, that kind of thing.
Yeah. No, I'm getting out of army painting, or at least taking huge chunks of projects and just doing, like I just did that Osserman statue from Forge World that's been out of production for 25 years. That was a really cool project. So just little things here or there that I like. And then of course, always working on the backlog, but yeah, it's more balanced between the Patreon and commissions and kind of achieving some sort of balance in my life.
Yeah. No, I get it.
But yeah, when I'm doing Twitch and things like that, nobody wants to see me paint, spatials for a month and a half straight.
No.
So it's just trying to find ways to keep the content varied, keep it interesting, and explore new things and new techniques and things like that.
Yeah, so. I think that's very interesting that you're giving a lot of thought to that, right? Like you're absolutely, I think you hit the nail on the head. Like, you got a large Space Wolf commission. Nobody wants to watch you paint. Now I'm going to paint 50 Wolfen.
Right. Yeah. Watch me grind on these Wolfen for 3 weeks.
Yeah.
Nobody wants to see that.
But so I wish you the best of luck with it because,
thank you.
I'm there supporting you as well. I want to see it do well. And,
When I appreciate that.
Yeah.
It means a lot to me. I couldn't be happier with how it's going so far. It's a lot of fun. We have a Facebook group and stuff where there's good painters in there posting
for sure,
what they're working on. And, going into next year, it's just really exciting, and I'm looking forward to working on some new projects for that.
Yeah.
And Games Workshop just keeps releasing incredible models, so it makes my job really easy in that sense. I'm not struggling to find subject matter.
It's pretty crazy. Colin, I hope 2019 was good to you. I'm hoping 2020 is better for you. And it's good to talk to you, and we miss you out here. So if you're coming back out to visit or something, please let us know. We'll set something up for gaming.
Absolutely. That'd be a lot of fun.
All right. We'll talk to you soon.
All right. Thank you, my friend.
Maybe you think you know everything about Table War at this point, but do you know about the good work being done by the folks at Table War Charities? If there is one thing we've learned about the wargaming community, it is how supportive and generous it is. If you're looking to help with a good cause, we might just have the answer for you. Table War Charities is a charitable organization with the focus purpose of funding or providing autism advocacy in schools for students and their parents. Early intervention and the tailoring of educational services is critical to helping children with autism reach their full potential. For more information or to donate to this important cause, please visit tablewarcharities.org. And right now, if you donate $10 or more to Table War Charities, we will send you a $10 Table War gift certificate. So if you're looking to purchase anything from Table War, you can also help some great kids out in the process.
All right. And we are back and we are closing out the show. So we hope you've enjoyed this. We hope you've enjoyed, hearing all the perspectives of all the folks in our group, what they enjoyed, what they felt could have been done better. It's a tough year to say what could have been done better. I mean, when you compared this to 10 years ago.
Oh my God.
5 years ago.
Yeah. We used to be able to do the, here's everything that happened this year show.
In an hour and a half.
Can't do that anymore.
Not even close. Not even close. So thank everybody for listening. You've made 2019 really an amazing year for the independent characters. It has been personally an incredible year of growth for myself. I haven't mentioned up till now, but the getting the Warhammer Hero Award was tremendously humbling, and it's just one of those things. Like, I wasn't gunning for it, so it's cool, that I got it, and I like to show off my medal every now and then. And, I'll definitely be wearing my Warhammer Hero shirt at Adepticon from time to time when I'm not wearing an IC shirt. But Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you to all our patrons for supporting us. We hope you are enjoying what we are dishing out. Obviously you are, if you're continuing to listen, but 2020 has some new ideas and new thoughts going into it. And like I said, we've already got shows planned out through June, July at this point. So
I'm so excited about a couple of those.
Yeah, it's gonna be a lot of fun. We're trying to get, as you can tell, back on schedule. This year was a bit of a challenge scheduling wise, as life happens and various vacations and those kinds of things happen. But we try to put out 2 episodes a month, and we're going to continue to do so through the next year, on top of the Patreon episode that we throw out there. So again, thank you. It's you folks out there listening that really keep us doing this. I can't believe how many friends I have made through this podcast and how much fun we've had as a result of it. And it's just going to get even better. So thank you. That's all I really have to add. Do you have anything else you want to throw out there?
No, I was thinking as you said that, I always say no and then I talk.
Yeah, that's okay.
Dear community, feel free to make fun of me, so I stop doing
There's
that.
a guy at work that we're on conference calls, and like the conference call's winding down, and then we're like, okay, so anybody have anything else to add? And I'm always like, please don't say anything. And then he's like, yeah, actually, I want to talk about this whole other thing. And we're like, oh my God, can we just please get out of this meeting?
So you're saying I'm that guy.
But I love these meetings. So that's the difference. You talk as long as you want, man. Mike's all yours.
When you were saying of the people we've met and the things we've done and like the amazing experiences we've had, literally as you were saying that, I was like, but when are we getting back to that narrative we started with my sisters and your 1,000 sons? Because that was really cool. And when are we going to, and I can already hear Josh yelling at me about my Adeptus Titanicus that I really want to get done. And like for the amazing amount that we've done, how exciting, like I don't even know what all you've got planned, but I know what I know and I'm excited about that. So
for me, it's genuinely Black Legion, which is going to be, I feel like 1,000 Suns for the most part are kind of done for me. Like in terms of what do I need to add? I may need to add a little unit here or there, or something new comes out. Maybe or changes happen that make me alter certain things. But for the most part, I've got a massive Zeech force and Demon and 1,000 Suns force now.
Yeah.
For me, it's Black Legion's going to be my long-term, constantly adding stuff to, because I can pull in those 4 gods and that kind of thing. So that's good. That's like the long-term, long game, if you will. Sisters of Battle, I want to get out there and get playable and have fun with them. So for me, 2020 is all about, Black Legion, Sisters of Battle. I'm not looking to add any more new armies at this point. I'm really not. Like,
no, I could hear the please God, no, in your voice.
Please, no. I mean, I want to continue to add stuff to the Minotaurs, in particular Primaris Marines and that kind of thing.
Sure.
Then again, I'll start off Kill Team, slow grow. I'm not in a hurry on that one. I've got them forever. So
I'm only painting the Shadow Spear box. I'm not painting any more Iron Warriors after that. I'm done.
You know what would go really good with some Iron Warriors, though?
Okay, and a Hellbrute, but then that's it.
Is like a land... like a land raider.
Well, I don't have one, and I'm not buying one, and I know and don't.
Okay, we'll see.
Closet of shame.
Anyway,
oh man,
yeah. So that's kind of where I'm heading. Those are my plans. I'm super excited about this stuff.
It's going to be great. 2020 is going to be a hoot.
Oh, it's incredible. So, if that's it. Is that it? All right. Well, as you know, you can leave us reviews on iTunes. We are reading them all. I very much appreciate it. I also appreciate Ed and Blake. Somebody had left us a review on iTunes that I posted that said, boy, I wish they would come back because I really liked this show, because they were listening to Life After the Cover Save and they were mentioning me in the independent characters. And I'm like, does this person not know we're back? Like, we've been back like 3 years, like 2.5 to 3 years now.
Surprise.
Yeah. I mean, as it turns out, we've been back for quite a while, and boy, they have quite a backlog to go back and listen to.
So stuff to cover.
They're
Some
excited.
things happened.
And we have a Facebook group, which we've talked about on the show already, but it is really a great community to be a part of.
Really is.
And then obviously we have our Patreon going on. There's extra content there in the form of additional podcast episodes that we release each month, as well as this ongoing campaign. Take a look at our Patreon. There's a link in the show notes. Other than that, you got anything else? You good?
Let's do this.
Well, all right. Well, this is Carl.
This is Jody.
And we're coming to you from the Astronomicon for the final time in 2019, where every year gets better and better.
And the lights get brighter the closer you get to them.
All right. Well, with that, we will talk to you next time, and we'll talk to you in 2020.
Happy New Year. This episode of The Independent Characters is protected by the Creative Commons license. If you have further questions as to its use, you can find information on the front page at theindependentcharacters.com.